Field Marshal Heimeric von Graz stood opposite the Kaiser in the imperial palace. The two men were currently in Berenger's study, discussing a matter of great importance and utmost secrecy. Heimeric was the older brother of Empress Adela and had served as the Field Marshal of Berenger's Royal Guard for several years. Initially a small unit of elite troops designed to protect Berenger from threats, it had expanded over the years into a full-fledged army. By now, an entire corps existed within the ranks of the Reichsguard, also known as the Imperial Guard. While the Imperial German Army was the nation's premier land-based defense force, whose loyalty was to the German Empire, the Reichsguard served as the personal armed force of the Kaiser and, by extension, the von Kufstein dynasty. Those who joined the ranks of the Reichsguard were the elite of the elite among German soldiers. They had to meet rigorous physical requirements, such as a height of at least 6 feet and 20/20 vision. These men were fiercely loyal to the Kaiser and were willing to follow any order, no matter how cruel and inhumane. Heimeric was the leader of the Reichsguard, second only to the Kaiser in authority. He had been busy these last few years leading the unit in its operations around the globe, primarily in colonial conflicts. With the war in Iberia entering a new stage, Berenger felt it was best to deploy the Reichsguard to the region to crush the resistance against his rule. Thus, he had a stoic expression on his face as he began to speak to his younger cousin. Field Marshal, I have summoned you here today because, as you may be aware, the rebellion in Iberia has gotten out of hand. Adelbrand has failed to quell the unrest, and because of this, I have decided to deploy you to the Iberian theater to take the necessary actions to end this madness. What I am about to order you to do will be an act of extreme cruelty. Tens of thousands of innocent people will die, but this endeavor must be undertaken to prove to the papacy and the Catholic Church as a whole that resistance against my rule will not be tolerated. Heimeric nodded in agreement to the Kaiser's words and reiterated his commitment to the order. Just tell me what needs to be done, and my men will follow your commands. You do not need to question the loyalty of the Reichsguard. The Kaiser's orders are absolute. Berenger smiled cruelly upon hearing these words before nodding 3 times. He then issued his orders to the young Field Marshal. As you already know, the use of chemical weapons in South Africa has proven to be an efficient means of annihilating the enemy. Our facilities are currently manufacturing a vast stockpile of such weapons. It will take a few months to accumulate enough for the operation I have in mind. However, your orders are to use these chemical weapons to gas the city of Madrid into submission. Once the city's inhabitants are dead and the gas has cleared, you are to take control of it and use it as a base of operations for your men as they sweep through the Iberian Peninsula and eliminate any remaining resistance. Make no mistake, our propaganda network will use this attack as a warning to those who still choose to rebel. Resist, and your city will be annihilated. That is the message that will be delivered. The Catholics have gone too far this time, and it is time we put an end to their petty rebellion. Heimeric immediately saluted the Kaiser, as was common among the German military, before accepting his orders. Yes, my Kaiser. Berenger returned the salute before issuing further instructions. While we wait for the chemical weapons to be manufactured, you are to enter the areas of Iberia with the most intense fighting and wipe out the villages showing the most resistance. I want to see how long the people of Iberia continue to support the rebels when they pay with their lives. Heimeric nodded in response. I swear, I will do everything in my power to eliminate the rebellion. From the Pyrenees to the Atlantic, I shall use any means necessary to crush the Catholic resistance. Berenger smiled and nodded, patting Heimeric on the shoulder. I have the utmost faith in you, my dear cousin. If Adelbrand gives you any trouble, simply inform him you are the representative of the Kaiser's will, and it is not his place to impede your onslaught. It has become clear to me that his regard for civilian lives has prolonged this war. The Catholics will either accept my rule or be eliminated. There is no third option. Now, go and prepare yourself for the journey. I have other matters to attend to. Heimeric saluted the Kaiser once more before leaving his office. As he walked out, he encountered his younger sister, Adela, standing in the doorway. He smiled and greeted her. Your Majesty, it is good to see you. It has been a while since our last encounter. Adela immediately puffed up her cheeks into a pout and scolded her older brother for being so formal. Heimeric, I'm your sister. You don't have to speak such pleasantries with me. Why are you always so polite around me? Heir was slightly surprised when he heard this from his sister before responding. My sincere apologies, Your Majesty, but you are the Empress. Just as I must show respect to the Kaiser despite being his cousin, I must show you the respect you are entitled to. If you will excuse me, I have important matters to attend to. We will have to reacquaint ourselves at a later date. Adela frowned when she saw her own brother being so formal. If it were her other brother, Gerhard, she knew he wouldn't be so formal with her. Then again, Gerhard had always been a bit of a siscon. The man had even tried to prevent her betrothal to Berenger once upon a time. Heir, on the other hand, was far more ambitious and knew who to bow to and who to step on. After seeing her brother off, Adela visited Berenger in his office, where he was hard at work, signing his approval on various documents. She gazed at him for a moment before announcing her presence. Berenger, do you have a minute? Berenger looked up and saw his precious little wife standing before him. He immediately smiled and placed his pen down. Adela, my darling, what can I do for you? The woman sighed before sitting down in front of Berenger. She then outlined her reason for visiting. It's about Christopher. The teachers in his class say that our son is a very gifted boy. Maybe not quite as much as Hans, but he appears to be well ahead of the rest of the students. They are talking about advancing him ahead of his peers by a few grades, much like Hans has done. Berenger looked slightly surprised when he heard this. He tried his best to spend as much time with his children as possible, but with his schedule and the number of children he had, it was difficult. He was unaware that Christopher was mentally gifted, like his elder half-brother. It was obvious that intelligence ran in the family, though not to the same extent as Hans. Perhaps it was his own DNA, and not Linda's, as he had initially suspected due to Hans and Helga's exceptional intelligence. However, the nature of this gift confused Berenger, as his father was not a brilliant man, and the Berenger of this world was a dullard before his reincarnation. The Kaiser could not wrap his head around it but decided not to care. He was not a biologist and thus did not have the means to extensively study his genes to determine whether hyperintelligence was part of his bloodline or Linda's. All he knew was that he had two gifted potential heirs, and thus he smiled and nodded his head in approval of the teacher's suggestions. Well, if his teachers say it would be best, then I see no reason to hold the boy back. They have my permission to advance him by a few grades. Adela wore a pretty smile before leaning over the desk and kissing Berenger on the cheek. She blushed slightly as she withdrew and absconded from the room, leaving behind a single phrase. You're the best. After saying that, Adela swiftly disappeared, leaving Berenger with a smile on his face as he returned to work. Mizuno AI sat across from a perfectly average young man. If she could say that he had one redeeming physical quality, it was the extent of his muscles. By now, she and Julian had known each other for roughly 3 months, and today was just a normal Saturday. Since she had met Julian, AI had been plagued with troubles in her attempts to coax him out of his self-imposed exile within the library of West Point. She honestly did not understand how the man could live his life with as little human interaction as possible. Julian was practically a hermit outside of his studies and the Academy's mandated social events. Both AI and Julian had an open schedule this weekend, and because of that, she had dragged him out of the library to an amusement park in the city. It was only now that she was beginning to understand the extent of Julian's social anxiety. AI carefully observed the sweat on Julian's brow as he struggled to deal with the large crowds. The man, who was normally calm, collected, and a bit of an asshole, was now pumping his leg frantically, his eyes darting back and forth. He slowly sipped his milkshake, his gaze lost in space. The two of them had stopped for lunch at one of the overpriced restaurants in the park. If there were two things that Julian enjoyed in this world, they were cheeseburgers and milkshakes. Of course, he could never afford the prices of amusement park food, so AI had paid for his meal, just as she had for his ticket. AI observed the man's unusual behavior as he snacked on his burger and sipped his milkshake. She found his anxiety endearing. It was unusual for Julian to show any weakness. He normally had a smug attitude when dealing with people, as if he were a god descended from the heavens, and those around him were mere hairless apes. The fact that he was bad with crowds made him seem more human, but more importantly, it was a weakness that AI could exploit should he ever step out of line. However, she would never admit that she had such cruelty in her mind. Instead, she wore a convincing facade of a worried friend as she grasped Julian's shaking hand and attempted to calm him down. "Are you all right, Julian? You look a little under the weather." Julian was on edge, surrounded by so many people and their screams of excitement. He nearly smacked the girl when she touched him without permission. His eyes quickly darted to AI's pretty face, as if acquiring his target before launching his attack. There was a look of genuine concern on her face as she checked on his condition, which helped to calm him down. Knowing Julian's personality, AI could surmise that he would deny his condition and pretend to be fine among so many people. This would only add to his anxiety, as he would be forced to keep up the act for the entire day. However, in the next moment, Julian sighed and said something unexpected. "I'm not going to lie. I ain't exactly doing so well right now. People, especially large groups, unnerve me." AI couldn't help but giggle at Julian's pained expression. He responded with a glare until she stopped, and then she lectured him on his lifestyle. "Well, that's not surprising. You spend as much time as possible secluded in the library with nothing but books for company. In fact, I don't believe I have ever seen you voluntarily interact with another human being." Julian's face showed confusion as he heard this. He did not understand what the girl meant and could only ask for clarification. "Why would I?" The two friends stared at each other in silence for a moment, as if they were from two different planets. AI sighed and rested her face in her hands. In that moment, she felt like she was lecturing a child on how to get along with others. Because you can't do everything alone in this world. You need people to help you, especially if you're joining the military. If you don't socialize with your unit, they will feel as if they can't trust you with their lives. I'm willing to bet you haven't spoken a word to anyone in the barracks since you first joined the academy, outside of maybe small talk. I'm right, aren't I? Julian had to think hard about the last 2 years to come up with a single instance where he spoke to someone in the barracks outside of mandatory conversation or basic questions. The look on his face as he tried to recall a memory made AI giggle again. As Julian was lost in his thoughts, a group of girls walked by his table. However, when they saw AI, they immediately stopped before approaching her. "AI, is that you? I haven't seen you since high school. Is this your boyfriend?" AI looked over at the girls, got out of her seat, and hugged them. Apparently, they were good friends before university. After hearing the question about Julian, the girl blushed, unsure how to answer. Julian, on the other hand, had not really noticed or cared about the girl's presence. He acted aloof, as usual. Ultimately, AI introduced him to the girls with a slight frown, knowing he wouldn't take the initiative. "This is Julian. He's a friend of mine from the academy. Can you believe he's never been to an amusement park before?" When I heard this, I knew I had to drag him here myself. He doesn't seem to appreciate my kindness, though. The girl AI seemed to be the friendliest with immediately felt suspicious and began to dissect AI's statement. "A friend, is he? I don't know about you, but I wouldn't normally drag a guy to an amusement park unless I was on a date with him." When Julian heard this, he felt embarrassed. He had never considered the possibility that this was a date, and he immediately blushed in the corner, remaining silent. He would let AI clear up the misunderstanding. Naturally, AI defended herself, though unconvincingly. Date? No. It's not like that. We're just two friends hanging out at an amusement park, right, Julian?" Julian sighed in relief. He was right. There was no way a girl like AI would be interested in him. So, he didn't feel bad as he corrected AI's statement in front of her friends with a stoic expression. "Friends? I'd consider us more like acquaintances. As for this being a date, it's simply implausible." AI shot Julian a nasty glare. She couldn't understand why he was always like this. How were they not friends? They had known each other for over 3 months. He had been to her house, had eaten her cooking, and now they were at an amusement park together. How could they possibly be considered mere acquaintances? When the girls noticed AI's furious gaze directed at Julian after he said they were nothing more than acquaintances, they understood exactly what was going on. The girl who had approached AI wrapped her arm around the woman's shoulder and whispered something in her ear, making sure Julian couldn't hear it. Unrequited love is a bitch, isn't it? Though I don't know why you're interested in a guy like this, keep at it. Eventually, he will come around. I mean, it's not like he has a better option than you, now does he? AI blushed immediately when she heard this, before staring into her friend's eyes. The girl had a supportive look on her face as she gave AI a thumbs up. After saying this, the girl spoke to Julian once more. Well, it was nice to meet you, Julian. Me and the girls are going to head on. You two enjoy yourselves, and AI, I'm rooting for you. With that, the trio of young women ran off towards the amusement park, leaving an embarrassed AI and a slightly flustered Julian to sit in awkward silence as they enjoyed their overpriced burgers and milkshakes. AI would eventually coax Julian out of his shell and get him to enjoy some rides together. Shortly thereafter, Itami awoke from her dream and stared at the ceiling with a depressed expression. She could only sigh in defeat as she thought about what she had dreamt. Julian, you fucking idiot. You probably didn't even realize until the day you died that it was supposed to be our first date. She turned over on her futon and rested on her side, trying to fall back to sleep. However, on this night, Itami would get no further rest and would lie wide awake until the sun rose, questioning why Julian had never realized her feelings. Noemi sat in the classroom, gazing from her seat to where the imperial prince sat, attentively listening to the lecture. She had a wide grin on her face as she admired the little boy she had been conditioning to be her little brother. Any minute now, the bell would ring, and lunchtime would begin. She had prepared a special meal for the imperial prince, hoping he would enjoy her cooking once more. Sure enough, the bell rang, and the teacher paused their lecture. The kids gathered into their groups and began heading to the dining hall. Noemi approached Hans before he could escape and smiled, handing over her homemade lunch. Hansi, do you want to eat lunch with me? I made your favorite. Hans felt unnerved at the pet name the girl had created for him. Since he began interacting with her, she had become increasingly friendly. Though he did not mind her spoiling him, as she did it just like his mother. Ultimately, he decided to accept her offer, and the two of them made their way to the cafeteria. There, Noemi pulled out her meal and handed it to the boy. The dish was a homemade buffalo chicken cheese casserole. This was not the high-class meal prepared by an expert chef that Hans was used to, but rather a dish popular among common households. Since he had never tasted such food outside of Noemi's influence, he decided to put away the lunch his mother had prepared. Noemi pulled out a portable grill and lit the charcoal, heating up the dish in a metal bowl. While Hans salivated over the idea of eating Noemi's homemade casserole, someone gazed at him from the entrance. As an imperial prince, Hans had special privileges, one of which was allowing out-of-school visitors during the lunch period. Veronica gazed at the sight of the Hungarian beauty warming up her food for the prince and glowered. She had traveled all the way from her prestigious girls' school to visit her fiancé and share a meal with him, only to find that some other girl had gotten close to him while she was away. Why hadn't Hans ever mentioned this girl to her? Who was she, and how did she know Hans? What were her intentions? These thoughts raced through Veronica's mind as she watched the two of them chat with cheerful smiles. Hans was smiling? Why didn't he ever do that around her? Veronica finally lost her composure when she saw the busty red-headed girl feed the boy with her spoon. She stared at the scene and dropped her lunchbox, which clanged loudly on the floor. Come here, Hansi, let big sister feed you. Open wide. Before Hans could accept the spoonful of casserole, Veronica's arm latched firmly onto Noemi's hand, preventing her from feeding the boy. Veronica's heterochromatic eyes glared furiously as she scolded the Hungarian beauty for tempting her fiancé. Hansi? Why are you calling my Hans such a childish nickname? Noemi shivered at the sight of the enraged Veronica. She knew the boy had fiancés from rumors, but she never expected one of them to confront her at her school. She forced a pretty smile as she tried to greet the girl standing in front of her, but Veronica was not having it. You must be Veronica. I have heard so much about you from Hansi. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Veronica slapped her violently across the cheek, leaving a red handprint. Noemi gazed in shock at the Bohemian princess as she endured another scolding. You harlot! Who told you that you could approach the imperial prince? Do you think you are worthy? Hans, I don't want you talking to this girl anymore. Come with me. We have lunch to enjoy. Veronica grabbed Hans' forearm and tried to lead him away, but the little brat slapped her across the face, startling the Bohemian princess and everyone else in the cafeteria who watched the drama of this little love triangle. Veronica could not believe that Hans had just struck her and instantly fell back in fear. Hans, tears streamed down her eyes as she tried to ask why Hans was being so cruel, but the vicious gaze in the boy's eyes and his verbal thrashing made the reason clear before she could even ask. You dare tell me who I can and cannot associate with? Who do you think you are? I am Prince Hans von Kufstein and heir to the German Empire, yet you think that just because you are my fiancé, you have control over me? Veronica, I think you have overstayed your welcome. Go back to your all-girls school before I get angry. After saying this, the boy did not spare Veronica a second glance and instead checked on Noemi's condition. His following words dug a hole in Veronica's heart, causing her to flee in tears. Big sis Noemi, are you alright? I hope that girl didn't cause you any harm. The last thing Veronica saw before she sprinted from the school was Noemi pulling the boy into her embrace, stroking his hair with a wicked grin on her face. Oh, my sweet little Hansi, it's not your fault. It's only natural for the little witch to be jealous of our relationship. With that, the two continued their meal, while Veronica was forced to flee the scene in shame. It didn't take long for news of this incident to reach Linda's ears. After all, she had several eyes watching her children at all times. When she learned of the incident, she immediately halted her work on national intelligence. Instead of handling crucial matters of state, she gathered all the information she could on the young Hungarian beauty named Noemi. Linda stared at the report in her hands with a frown. Pictures did not exist yet, so she could only read the description of the teenage girl, which enraged the overprotective mother. Long red hair, violet eyes, and most importantly, a developed figure despite her young age. Combined with the reports of Noemi forcing the prince to call her big sister, it was clear to Linda that the girl was just a cheap imitation of herself. The thought of her precious baby boy falling into the clutches of a young Hungarian vixen filled Linda with rage and jealousy. Hans was still a young boy who needed his mommy, so why was he pursuing a younger version of herself so soon? He was only supposed to do that when he was older. This couldn't stand. Linda had no choice but to have a face-to-face meeting with this girl to see what her plans were for her precious baby boy. Currently, Linda was in her office at the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence. After reading the report and coming to a decision, she burst out of the room, looking for one particular person. Soon, she found a young blonde woman who was her secretary. This woman was brewing a cup of coffee, which Linda immediately halted as she gave her another order. I want you to find Vasily Noemi and invite her to the palace. I expect to meet with her shortly. The secretary could tell there was a hint of hostility in Linda's sky-blue eyes and immediately swallowed the saliva pooling in her throat. There was nothing more fearsome to the members of Imperial Intelligence than the director when she was angry, especially if that anger was directed towards someone who had targeted her family. Upon seeing the woman pause in fright, Linda glared at her fiercely and questioned her silence. Why are you just standing there? Get to it already. The woman quickly placed down the pitcher of coffee, saluted Linda, and scurried off to fulfill the task she had been given. Hans was entirely unaware that the incident with Veronica and Noemi had reached his mother's ears before the school day was even over. Thus, it was quite a shock when an agent of Imperial Intelligence approached Noemi after class and invited her to his house. In that moment, he knew he had messed up. There was only one reason his mother would know about Noemi: he had made a scene. Hans dreaded what his mother might do to him when she learned of his illicit relationship with a foreign girl. While being led back to the palace by members of Imperial Intelligence, both Hans and Noemi were shivering in fear. Linda sat on a love seat with one leg crossed over the other. She wore a pretty smile on her exquisite face, and the white gold and sky blue topaz jewelry she was wearing glistened under the sunlight that streamed through the nearby windows. She had gone all out for her appearance for this meeting with the young Hungarian woman pursuing her 7-year-old son. Even Noemi was impressed by the woman's stunning appearance as she sipped from a teacup filled with coffee, though the girl was trembling in fear of what might happen to her. A squad of guards from Imperial Intelligence escorted her to the palace, and by the look of the woman sitting across from her, this was clearly an interrogation. Linda could tell the teenage girl was intimidated by her presence, causing her to smile as she began to lecture the girl about everything she knew. Vasily Noemi, age 13, born on July 2, 1412. Born in the neighboring Kingdom of Hungary to a major noble family, you immigrated to Germany less than a year ago after your family suffered economic setbacks due to the Catholic world's economic sanctions. You have one deceased older sister and a living older brother who is the heir to your family's lands. You are currently being taken care of by a family servant named Dudas Lilla, who is the mistress of a young German officer in the border guard. You live in the city of Kufstein with a substantial allowance from your family and attend the Royal Kufstein Academy as part of the gifted program. About half a year ago, you first contacted my son. At first, I thought you were just a friend my little Hans had made, but today you caused a scene by sparking conflict with Princess Veronica. Because of this, I am convinced you have ulterior motives toward my son. So, why don't you tell me your intentions before I have to use more forceful methods to get the truth? Noemi nearly jumped out of her skin when she heard the beautiful red-headed woman across from her accurately state so much about her life. When those furious sky-blue eyes fixed on her, the inexperienced girl immediately blurted out her reason for approaching Hans. I've always wanted a little brother. Linda and Hans gazed at the teenage girl with suspicion and confusion. Linda, still interrogating her, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Though she looked calm, the director of intelligence was gripping the armrests of her sofa so tightly that if she had any more strength in her hands, she might have snapped them in two. Both Hans and Noemi noticed this, causing the girl to take a deep breath before explaining her intentions more clearly. I'm the youngest of my siblings, with an older sister and brother. They spoiled me so much when I was a kid that I've always wanted a little sibling to share the love I received. Specifically, a little brother. When I first saw Hans, he was exactly what I always imagined for a little brother. He was so cute and way too smart for his age. So, I watched him for several weeks, trying to figure out the best way to talk to him. I noticed that he always finished the food prepared for him with a happy smile, except on Thursdays, when he had a particular casserole he never seemed to finish. That's why I made him a tuna sandwich, knowing he would be interested in eating it instead of what was prepared that day. Since then, I have maintained a friendly relationship with the prince, so that he thinks of me as a big sister. Hans was not an idiot. He had guessed the girl's intentions from the first time he met her. Despite knowing her schemes, he still enjoyed being spoiled by beautiful older women with big breasts. Though Veronica was young, she was more developed than the other girls in his class. Thus, he tolerated her antics without giving it much thought. However, when he heard the girl confess to throwing away his mother's lunches on Thursdays, the young prince stiffened in terror. The ever-watchful gaze of his mother's sky-blue eyes peered into his soul as she wore a pretty smile on her face. Hans knew that behind this smile lay the dark heart of a woman scorned. So, it was no surprise when she addressed this point. Hans, is what this girl says true? Are you throwing away my lunches and eating her cooking instead? Hans lowered his head, fearing Linda's vicious gaze. Noemi noticed this and could tell something was wrong. She could only look at the boy and apologize by silently mouthing, "I'm sorry." Hans remained silent, which only caused Linda to become more furious. Hans, answer me this instant. At the sound of her raised voice, he nearly jumped out of his seat and quickly confessed, "Yes, Mommy." Hans tensed up and shut his eyes, bracing for his mother's reaction. However, the unexpected happened. Her furious gaze softened, and she pulled her son into her lap, clutching his head to her bosom while speaking to him in a caring tone. Hans, you should have told me if you didn't enjoy that dish. I would have gladly prepared something else for you. I'm not a mind reader, you silly boy. You must tell Mommy when you don't like a meal. Hans gazed up at his mother's beautiful face and sighed in relief. He thought for sure he was going to be in trouble when this secret of his was revealed. However, in the next moment, The woman's voice turned ice-cold as she gazed over at Noemi, who looked upon the scene with confusion. As for you, you will apologize to my daughter-in-law for causing a scene, and then you will never speak to my little Hans again. If I find out you are approaching him after today, I will have you transferred to another school. Do I make myself clear? Hans was about to protest when Linda shot him a fierce gaze and pressed her finger to his lips before scolding him for his errant behavior. Don't think you are off the hook just yet, young man. You are way too young to be spoiled by a woman other than your mother. I am going to make sure you sit in your room and think about what you have done before I allow you out of my sight again. Noemi was sitting in silence with a downcast expression. She had really enjoyed her time with Hans, but if the Empress of Germany was giving her a command, then she had no choice but to submit. Who was she? She was an immigrant girl, and if she kept pursuing Hans in his family's territory, Linda could make her life extremely difficult. The young Hungarian beauty could only sigh in defeat as she wiped the tears from her eyes and agreed to Linda's orders. All right, I understand. I won't approach Hans anymore. I'm sorry for the mess I have caused. Goodbye, Hans. After saying this, the girl was escorted from the room. Hans began to puff his cheeks in consternation. He pouted towards his mother, who stroked his strawberry blonde hair in an attempt to calm his inner fury. Oh, Hans, you are only 7 years old. There will be plenty of time for other women to spoil you. Just let mommy have this while you are still young and adorable. You also need to apologize to Veronica. It is never acceptable to strike a lady. Hans refused to look into his mother's eyes and averted his gaze, muttering his disagreement with her last statement. That's not what father says. Linda heard the boy's remark and glared at him before speaking her thoughts aloud. Your father is an ass. Linda was being a bit of a hypocrite, as she was a masochist who loved being punished by her master. However, she could not easily tell her young son that it was okay to be rough with a woman when she consented to it. That was a conversation he was way too young to have. Hans, however, stared in awe at his mother before questioning what the woman had just said. I thought you loved father? In response to this question, Linda gazed upon her son with confusion in her sky-blue eyes. What did she say that implied she did not love Berenger? She quickly clarified her stance so that the boy wouldn't have any confusion about his parents' relationship. I love your father more than anything, but that doesn't change the fact that he's an ass. I just happen to find that aspect of his personality attractive. Hans gave his mother a strange look before commenting on her personality. You're weird. Linda simply smiled and patted the boy's hair before responding to this statement. And you're my son, so do as I say and apologize to your little fiancé, or I will confine you to your room for a month. The prince pouted once more as he tried to object to his mother's orders. But father says. Linda's fierce gaze pierced through Hans's soul, and she spoke in a stern voice, silencing him before he could finish. I don't care what your father says. You will do what I say. Hans could only lower his head in defeat and agree to his mother's request. Perhaps if Berenger were here, he would convince Linda that the boy shouldn't apologize. After all, what Hans had said was mostly true. However, when the Kaiser was busy with work, Linda's rule over household affairs was absolute. Thus, Hans could only approach Veronica and apologize for what he had said, even if he didn't mean it. Berenger stood in the main lab of the Kufstein chemistry department, where Aldo von Passau and his team of chemists were eager to introduce their latest invention to the Kaiser. He had been dragged from his home to this building to witness the newest invention, or, rather, the prototype of the newest invention. As chemists, Aldo von Passau and his team received almost limitless funding in pursuit of their scholarly objectives. Some focused on medicine, others on military products, and still others on their own brilliant ideas. On a table in the lab, 2 new inventions sat. Berenger recognized them immediately and was surprised they had been developed. One was a roll of film, and the other was a primitive box camera that used the film to take pictures. Though Berenger recognized the devices, he feigned ignorance. It was best not to act like he knew everything these men had invented. After all, he did not want to start an investigation into the origins of this knowledge. This is it? These are the new inventions? What are they?
Berenger asked. Aldo von Passau wore a pleasant smile as he introduced the concept to Berenger. This is something we have been experimenting with for a while.
The idea came to me when a friend of mine, a rather lazy artist, asked if we could capture a moment in time into a single picture, without the need for paintings. Together with the work of my colleagues in the chemistry department and a few friends who understand engineering, we came up with what you see here. The result was a roll of film that appeared fairly modern. Berenger picked it up and gazed at it for a few moments before asking for an explanation of the process used to make it.
How did you make this?
Aldo had a proud smirk on his face as he explained the means he used to create the film. We started with a mixture of silver and chlorine, which created a compound called silver chloride. After much experimentation, we discovered that this chemical is sensitive to light. Thus, after crystallizing it, we experimented with ways to make use of it. Eventually, we settled on a mixture of the silver chloride crystals with gelatin, which we applied to a celluloid substrate. We tried many chemical combinations, but this yielded the best result. In the end, an engineering friend of mine assembled a device to utilize it. We were just about to try it out, and I thought you would want to be in the world's first picture. Berenger gazed at the camera and noticed it was a basic box camera. A box camera consists of a cardboard or plastic box with a convex concave lens on one side and film on the other. With the press of a button, it can take a still photograph. Berenger was pleased that these men wanted to include him in their experiments, especially since it seemed they might actually have a working product. Thus, while dressed in his imperial regalia, Berenger put on a smile and stood side by side with the team of chemists and a few engineers. These men stood next to a table that held a roll of film and another box camera prototype. A member of the chemistry department, who did not participate in either endeavor, held the device in his hand after being carefully instructed on its use. When everyone was in position, he pressed the button, and with a large flash, the photo was taken. Though it would take some effort to develop the negative into a proper photograph, the scientists were confident they had taken the world's first photograph. Berenger was pleasantly surprised by this visit and immediately questioned Aldo about the feasibility of large-scale production. Aldo, how long will it take you to find out the results of this? Better yet, how long before we can begin manufacturing these box cameras and film? Aldo could tell Berenger was overly eager, which was strange for a man who usually became excited only by military hardware, not simple products like these. After the development of chemical weapons, which made the man ashamed to call himself a chemist, Aldo could not help but question Berenger's intentions. Why do you ask? Berenger was not afraid to reveal his plans for these photographs. Though he was unaware of Aldo's reservations about chemical weapons and warfare, he was happy to explain the practical purposes of cameras. I just had a brilliant idea. We could employ these devices in intelligence, government documentation, and propaganda. Can you imagine it? One of our agents could be in the field, deep behind enemy lines, and find evidence of an enemy conspiracy. They could take photos of these documents and send them back home, where we can take proper countermeasures. Then there's the Department of Propaganda. We could take photos of major events and display them in national papers. The people could see the greatness of our country with their own eyes, beyond just reading about it. There are also the purposes of government identification. For example, in immigration, it would be best to have a proper ID card with a photo to determine if the holder is lying about their residency status. The applications of this technology are limitless, and perhaps one day we might develop the means to not just document a single instant in time, but the passing of time itself. Think about it, Aldo, you and your team have just changed the way the world will work. Aldo was shocked to see how far Berenger had thought ahead with the use of this new invention. It had only been a few moments since Berenger witnessed the device's use, and yet he already thought of many ways to use it for the good of society. Documentation, intelligence, and propaganda could all benefit from this invention. In fact, these fields would be so affected that those working in them would have to rethink their approaches. Unlike chlorine gas, which was designed for killing, this invention could help the Empire in more constructive ways. Berenger was pleased that he could redeem himself with a useful invention after leading the chemical weapons project. After a moment's thought, he shared his opinion on how long it would take to get these devices into the hands of those who needed them. We can begin production in 3 to 6 months. After that, it will take some time to produce enough devices for efficient use by the different government departments that require them. However, within the next couple of years, they should see common use throughout the Reich. Berenger was pleased with this and nodded with an emphatic smile. Good, very good. Well, I will leave you to your work, Doctor.
Make sure not to disappoint me.
I look forward to the days when my agents can use these in the field. After saying this, Berenger departed from the Kufstein chemistry department and returned to the palace. He had many plans for these devices and was happy that his subordinates were advancing in their fields. Berenger had given the German people the means to lead the rest of the world. Chemistry, physics, biology, astronomy, engineering, and more, these were all fields in which Berenger had at least a basic 21st century undergraduate understanding, and he educated the most suitable people to expand upon them. In the years since he introduced this knowledge to his people, many of his citizens have become educated, and those with gifted minds have entered and graduated from the universities that Berenger founded. From a team of a few dozen chemists, Berenger now has hundreds working for him.
Each is more eager than the last to make a major contribution to the world.
He would not be surprised if, in 100 years, the German Empire of this world had traveled to the moon.
It is an amusing thought.
A society with a 19th century mindset, but with 21st century technology existing in the 16th century, while the rest of the world remains in a Renaissance environment. Such thoughts brought a smile to the Kaiser's face as he got back to work, humming a tune from his past life. Berenger fell back onto his bed with a radiant smile. Lying by his side were two women, one his younger sister, Henrietta, and the other his cousin, Adela. The three had just shared a special moment together before bed. Over the past few weeks, Adela and Henrietta had been visiting Berenger's bedroom whenever they could, sharing intimate moments. It was a brave new world, and Adela had grown quite close to her younger cousin, Henrietta, after undergoing Linda's special training. Berenger's life at home was filled with indulgences as he drank, smoked, and spent time with different women every day. Sometimes the women approached him together, other times separately, but most often in pairs. No matter what, every night he felt the warm embrace of at least one beautiful woman by his side. As his mind drifted into sleep, he kissed his two companions on the forehead and said, "Good night, my beautiful girls." "I love you both," the two women smiled and nuzzled their heads into Berenger's chest, repeating the words back to him. "We love you too." With that, Berenger fell asleep, and for the first time in a long time, he was drawn into the memories of his past life. It felt as though he was transported to another world, standing among his classmates at their graduation. In the crowd, a young Japanese beauty clapped and smiled as she watched the man she secretly loved receive his diploma. Of course, in his past life, Julian had not noticed this affectionate gaze. However, standing there, witnessing this scene once more, Berenger could see very clearly that his old acquaintance, Mizuno AI, had feelings for him. This realization instantly caused his brain to shut down in shock. He simply stood there in disbelief, trying to process what was happening. This was clearly just a dream, but it was so vivid. It was as if he was reliving the moment with his current memories intact. He stood on stage with a diploma in his hands but did not hear a single word spoken to him. All he could do was stare back at AI in disbelief, muttering under his breath, "AI had feelings for me? No, that can't be, could it? I have to find out the truth." Berenger did not know if this dream would allow him to hear the truth or if it was simply his mind filling in the gaps, but he had to know. He had spent 3 out of 4 of his college years with the woman pestering him. If it was true that she secretly had feelings for him, then he had to find out. Thus, after waiting for the ceremony to end, he quickly found AI in the crowd and darted towards her, completely ignoring his parents, who tried to speak with him first. It shocked AI to see Julian greet her first, but she quickly hugged him and congratulated him on getting his diploma. "Congratulations! I know you've been working hard for this for the past 3 years, and I'm really happy for you. I can't wait until my own graduation next year." In his past life, Julian never spoke with AI at this moment. His parents had monopolized his entire graduation day, and he had never been able to hear these words. It was amazing that, despite knowing this was a dream, it appeared as if he was given a second chance. He felt intense anxiety in his heart as he gazed upon the woman who was the closest thing to a friend he had in his past life, for the first time in close to 10 years. AI could see the troubled look on his face and immediately pressed her hand against his forehead, checking for a fever while asking with a hint of worry in her voice, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Julian could feel the warmth of her hand. He could hardly believe it. It felt as if this was reality. Yet that was not possible. It had to be a dream. It took him a few moments to react to her question before responding. "No, AI, I'm fine, really. I'm just a little overwhelmed, that's all." AI giggled when she heard this before responding to Julian's claim. "There are a lot of people here, huh? Don't worry, I know you're bad with crowds, so it's not surprising to see you having some difficulty. However, I think you looked great out there." Julian chuckled as he heard this, then awkwardly shifted the conversation in another direction. "Hey, AI, there's something I wanted to ask you. This might sound a little crazy, but just bear with me for a moment. Do you, by any chance, have feelings for me?" These words struggled to register in AI's brain as she blushed as red as a strawberry. She could not find the words to express her feelings in that moment and stumbled backward in astonishment. This reaction instantly surprised Julian, causing him to respond in disbelief. "Holy shit, you do. How long have you felt this way?" It took AI a few moments to come back to reality as she struggled to believe that this dense idiot had finally realized the truth. She stumbled over her words as she admitted how long she had felt this way. Well, thinking back, I've liked you ever since my freshman year." "I'm sorry. How exactly did you finally realize it?" "I thought you were as dense as a diamond." Julian reached out and gently held her cheek, which startled her. It felt so real, he could hardly believe it. He felt as if his heart was about to collapse into a black hole, as it had taken him 2 lifetimes to understand this truth. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented what a colossal mistake he was in this life, causing him to sniffle. He deflected her question with a vague statement, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "I'm sorry, I never knew." Seeing the tears in Julian's eyes, AI began to cry as well. It had taken her 3 years, but she had finally broken through his thick-headedness. She grabbed his hands and reassured him that everything would be all right. "It's okay." "So, it took you 3 years to notice my feelings." "That doesn't matter. We have so much to look forward to now. You feel the same way, don't you? We can finally be together." Julian stumbled backward at her words. If his heart could physically burst, it would have at that moment. He could only shake his head as the tears fell. The act surprised the girl, who thought this was their defining moment as a couple. Julian could only repeat how sorry he was, unable to think of anything else to say. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, AI. I'm really sorry. If only I had realized this sooner, but it is too late." AI felt her heart break in that moment as she assertively grasped Julian's hands and looked him in the eyes. After all these years, he found out the truth and rejected her. What kind of cruel fate was this? She could not help but question his sanity when she heard this. "What do you mean, it's too late? We're here right now. We finally have a chance to be together, and you're just going to walk away?" Julian wiped the tears from his eyes and wore a grim expression. It was as if his heart had already decayed and no longer existed, not even as a corpse. The tears had run dry as he uttered the words in his mind. "I'm sorry, AI. I really am. If I had known sooner, we could have been together, but I'm already dead, and this is just a dream to remind me of what I have lost. I'm sorry, I wish we could have been together. I really do." After saying this, Julian walked away, drifting lifelessly toward his parents, who were waiting for him, leaving the only girl who ever liked him in this life heartbroken and in tears. Berenger awoke from the dream in that moment and stared into the morning light with tears in his eyes. He wished he had never had that dream. Now that he knew the truth, it would weigh on his heart for the rest of his life. Thus, he gazed over at the 2 sleeping beauties next to him and sighed heavily before pulling out a bottle of whiskey that he kept in a nearby drawer. He gazed at the half-drunk contents of the bottle for a few moments in silence before taking a large swig. There was nothing he could do about the past. He could only live this life to the fullest from now on. Itami sat in her great hall, gazing upon her advisors and the heads of various government sectors. In the months since she developed the plans for her new naval vessels, she had been working to modernize her armed forces and expand her influence across the realm. Given her smaller army compared to Berenger's, she could arm her men with the newest weapons much more quickly. 30,000 men had sworn their loyalty to the war goddess, and now she was prepared to strike. However, before she could launch her first invasion for imperial expansion, troubling news came from her trade minister. He laid a device on the table, one that had come from a merchant who had traveled to the land Itami knew as India. This device was not a simple arquebus, it was a rifled flintlock musket. How did the Indians get their hands on such a device? Through their trade with the Timurid Empire, which, due to internal corruption, sold weapons meant for their troops fighting against the Catholic Church. Itami glared fiercely at the weapon that should not exist in this era and immediately questioned the trade minister about its origin. "Kono-san, where did you get this weapon?" The elderly trade minister, Kono Masakuni, feebly rose from his seat and explained what he knew about the rifled musket. "I received this firearm from one of our merchants who traveled to the Bengal Empire in the west. Through contact with their western neighbors, the so-called Anangpur Empire, they obtained this weapon by trade. It appears to be a more advanced form of the Tanegashima we once used in our armies. Initially, I would say that we should be concerned. However, thanks to the efforts of Your Majesty, our armies are now equipped with weapons far more advanced than these. Therefore, I believe we should consider the Bengal and Anangpur empires to be near peers." Despite the various heads of state agreeing with the Minister of Trade's opinion, Itami remained unconvinced. Upon realizing that this weapon came from a foreign country, Itami was immediately overwhelmed with a sense of panic. She had always believed that she was the only reincarnator in the world, which gave her an enormous advantage. However, this weapon, which should not exist in the 15th century, was clear proof that someone else had come to this world with a similar level of knowledge. She had no choice but to inspect the weapon for clues about its origins. The young woman cautiously picked up the rifle and carefully observed it. From the proof marks to the rifling in the barrel, Itami closely inspected the weapon for any indication of where and when it was manufactured. The early weapons developed by Berenger were marked with a simple proof mark, his coat of arms, and a serial number. Over time, additional information was added, such as the armory where they were manufactured, the name and model number of the weapon, and so on. This particular rifled musket was a recent manufacture, part of the German military aid to the Timurid Empire. As such, it had the most modern markings and several improvements over the designs previously issued to the Austrian army, such as a lighter weight stock. The three major armories of Germany were located in Kufstein, Innsbruck, and Vienna. Kufstein exclusively manufactured arms for the German army, Innsbruck manufactured weapons for Germany's allies, and Vienna produced the most obsolete weapons for sale to other potential buyers. After Daria and Priya arrived in Kufstein and informed Berenger of their uncle's actions, he cut off trade with the Anangpur Empire and publicly announced that the Indian emperor and his sister were under his protection. Thus, the actions of the Timurid Empire, which allowed this weapon to fall into Indian hands, could be seen as violating German sanctions. Naturally, Itami was unaware of most of this information. All she could discover from the markings was the weapon's model number and when it was initially introduced into service. She could also guess the country of origin based on the Innsbruck Royal Armory marking. Though she could not read Middle High German, she knew where Innsbruck was and surmised that someone invented these weapons in 1417, retrofitted them in 1418, and that they came from Austria. This meant a reincarnator had entered the world at least 3 years before she did and was located in Austria. Although Europe was a great distance from Japan and would not easily interfere with her immediate plans, this reincarnator, whoever he was, had a 3-year head start. Itami could only speculate about the extent of this reincarnator's empire, assuming he was as ambitious as she was. With this in mind, she gazed at her minister and questioned his motives. He had said the weapon originated in India, but the markings were clearly an early form of German. Because of this, she interrogated the man for more information on the item. "Kono-san, you say this weapon comes from India? Are you sure about that? Perhaps it was traded to them by a foreign power?" The elderly minister raised his brow when he heard this. He did not know how Itami could ascertain the truth about this information, which he had deliberately left out. The old man had to admit that he had underestimated this little girl and her knowledge of the world.
He could only sigh in defeat and admit what he knew about the weapon. I only know what the merchant has told me. Supposedly, these weapons were manufactured by a mysterious power in the Far West. They have sold large quantities to their allies, and some of those weapons ended up being traded further east. Apparently, the lnVenting Empire has very few of these weapons and relies on an older weapon design similar to the Tanegashima we previously used in our army. Itami struggled to calm her heart. If there was truly someone in this world whose knowledge, experience, and ambitions rivaled her own, it could create serious conflict in the future. It might even lead to her downfall. She had no choice but to advance her invasion plans. Only by seizing Korea and its vast iron resources could she hope to contend with this mysterious power in the West. I have changed my mind. Initially, I planned to invade Hokkaido and then the Ryukyu kingdoms. However, knowing that there is a mysterious power in the Far West capable of producing such weapons has emboldened my resolve. We will invade Joseon by the year's end. I want all manufacturing efforts directed toward my warships. I will also enact mandatory conscription for all young men aged 16 to 20. They shall serve a minimum of 4 years in the Imperial Army. The various military officers and heads of state gazed upon Itami with shock. They could not fathom why she was so terrified by the existence of this weapon when she herself had introduced more modern firearms. How could they know the fear the girl felt, knowing that there was someone else like her in this world with a 3-year head start? However, Itami's mind was set. She planned to conquer Joseon within the next year or two and then use its iron to fuel her industries. Within 5 to 10 years, she aimed to have battleships, bolt-action rifles, and machine guns. She would focus her efforts on military advancements rather than civilian improvements, as this was the only way she could compete with the mysterious reincarnator should their armies clash. Meanwhile, Berengar was blissfully unaware of another reincarnator existing in the world. Though he suspected the possibility, he also believed that if such a person existed and could rival him on the global stage, they would have shown themselves by now. Thus, he concentrated on improving the lives of his civilians, now that his war technology had practically reached the era of the Great War. He did not know that, thanks to the Timurid and lnVenting empires, his existence had been leaked to his greatest potential rival, who would stop at nothing to catch up to him in terms of military might. If the two reincarnators knew each other's true identities, they might peacefully negotiate their differences. However, they were unaware of each other, and as far as they both were concerned, there could only be one reincarnator in this world. As long as another existed, a threat to their empires would always be present. Thus, Itami had begun the long path of war, intending to conquer Joseon, Hokkaido, and the Ryukyu kingdom as soon as possible. Since she had established herself as empress and lorded over the army, no one dared stand against her ambitions. Soon, Northeast Asia would become embroiled in a series of wars that would spark the rise of a new global power. Emperor Vetranis Palaiologos sat in the confines of his throne room. Before him stood his greatest advisors, Strategos Palladius from the Balkans, the first Prince Quintus, and several other military advisors. In recent days, Prince Quintus had unknowingly been influenced by German operatives to seek a peaceful resolution to the conflict in the Holy Land. Quintus was a spiteful man, despite his peace-loving appearance. After being outdone by a foreign monarch in his area of expertise, he wanted nothing more than to shatter Berengar's peace between the Orthodox and Catholic worlds. To achieve this, he needed to find a way to establish peace with the Crusaders while abandoning the Timurids to continue the fight. Unknowingly, his spiteful nature made him easy to manipulate by Berengar. The Byzantine and Timurid empires had suffered defeat after defeat since the crusade began. Recently, their losses were monumental due to Berengar secretly leaking rifling technology and gunpowder to the opposition. Now, the Catholic Church wielded a mix of arquebuses, matchlock smoothbore muskets, and matchlock rifled muskets. An increasing supply of Drake cannons was also being introduced, giving the enemy of the Byzantine and Timurid empires a superior range with their weapons. Although France's army was broken and forced to withdraw to its homeland, the remaining Catholic states continued to support the crusade and gained even more ground,
pushing the Byzantine and Timurid forces out of Syria, Palestine, and extending their territory to the borders of Egypt. Vetranes was practically pulling his hair out as he sought a solution to this crisis. He had fought for many years to restore the borders of the Eastern Roman Empire to their state at the time of Rome's split in 395 AD. However, over the course of a year, he lost Syria-Palestine. This could not stand, and he quickly voiced his discontent to his military advisors.
How did the Catholics get their hands on rifling technology? More importantly, where are they getting their gunpowder? Does anyone know the answer to this question?
Palladius, who had the largest spy network in the Byzantine Empire, promptly shared the conclusions he had reached after investigating these matters. Our contacts in German intelligence inform us that a mole leaked the technology to the Catholics.
The mole has since been dealt with.
As for the gunpowder, we believe it is coming from India and is being transported by the Golden Horde. Unless you want to open a northern front in this war, I suggest we accept the circumstances as they are. Vetranes had a hard time accepting this news, but all he could do was sigh in defeat. At that moment, Quintus voiced his concerns. Father, our forces are depleted. Unless we want to take soldiers from the Balkans, it is unwise to continue this war any further.
We need to find a peaceful solution to this problem.
I suggest we open negotiations with the papacy to reach an agreement on the Holy Land. If we continue to fight, we will not only be bankrupted but also lose much more than we already have. The word bankrupted made Vetranes shiver in fear. He knew that the empire's coffers were being rapidly depleted to fund the war effort. Hell, most of the weapons and armor his troops were equipped with came from Germany, and though they received a discount, the cost seemed to be a never-ending pit of money. Palladius wanted to counter this point, but he was already in a secret alliance with Berenger, with the objective of placing Alexandros on the throne. He knew full well what the Kaiser's plan was and allowed Quintus to convince his father to agree to a disastrous treaty. Thus, he sat back inside, knowing that he would be damning the empire for a few years in the hopes that a true leader could rise from the despair and lead them to their former glory. Upon noticing Palladius' silence, Quintus continued to convince his father to negotiate with the Catholic forces.
Father, heed my words. Further conflict will only ruin the empire. We must negotiate. Even if our Timurid allies wish to continue the fight.
Vetranes was slightly concerned that Sultan Selim would not agree to peace and would continue to fight against the Crusader armies until his forces were completely exhausted.
However, what Quintus said was true.
They were already at the breaking point financially. If they continued the war, they would have to go into debt to their German allies, and that was something Vetranes would never do again.
Berenger was a scheming bastard, and Vetranes knew this all too well.
The last time he went into debt to the Kaiser, the devious man had trapped him and made outrageous demands in return for cancelling a portion of it. It forced Vetranes to give up his daughter's hand in marriage to the polygamous scoundrel, not to mention land in Egypt. He feared what demand the man would make when the empire was incapable of paying off its debt this time around. If it was a choice between going into debt with the Reich or surrendering the Holy Land to the Catholics, Vetranes would rather do the latter. After all, he could always reclaim the land the Crusaders took from him in a few years. The Byzantine emperor did not know what his German counterpart wanted from him, but he knew in his heart that whatever the Kaiser demanded in return for cancelling this debt would be too much for him to agree to. Thus, he could only sigh in defeat and agree to his son's request for a peaceful solution to the conflict. Very well, I shall send word to the Pope, expressing my intent for peace.
We will meet on neutral ground and thoroughly discuss an end to this war. We can't afford to go into debt to the Reich again.
Instead, we will suffer this loss and slowly build back our military strength until we can reclaim the Holy Land from those Catholic bastards. Quintus was pleased with this arrangement, and Palladius merely nodded in agreement. Internally, he knew that the peace accords would end in disaster for the Byzantine Empire. The Pope was listening to whispers from Berenger's agents about a vengeful peace toward the east.
Naturally, this idea was promoted as propaganda to show the consequences of siding with Germany.
By the time Vetranes officially surrendered, the Byzantine Empire would be in debt to the papacy, their armies would be limited, and the Crusaders would confiscate their land south of Anatolia. This would cause destitution among the people, as many refugees fled the former boundaries of the empire and into the enclave that was formed in the Balkans and Asia Minor.
Undoubtedly, Decentius and Vetranes would be held responsible for this abysmal treaty. By the time the current emperor passed away, there would be demands for someone other than Decentius to claim the throne. When this happened, there would only be two candidates.
One would be Quintus womanizing, drunkard of a little brother, whom nobody supported. The other would be the offspring of the beloved Princess Honoria and her husband, a man renowned for leading Germany to new heights. It was a no-brainer who would be selected, but just in case, Palladius, with the support of the Reich, would gather both his faction and the Hawks to support Alexandros when the time came. With Berenger's support, Decentius' reign as the Byzantine emperor would be short-lived, and after a successful coup d'état, Alexandros would be given the throne. Palladius could only admire the level of scheming Berenger had gone through to make this future a reality. After all, a debt trap would not compel Vetranes to name Alexandros his successor, especially now that he was growing paranoid about the prospect of being overthrown by the Kaiser. The death of Hassan and the inheritance of his kingdom by Berenger's son Ghazi made Vetranes wary that the same thing could happen to him. After all, he had married off his only daughter to the Kaiser in a matrilineal marriage. At first, Vetranes did not understand why Berenger was so eager to give up his offspring with Honoria to their mother's dynasty. However, with the recent events in Iberia, he now understood Berenger's true intentions. Naturally, Berenger had anticipated this paranoia, and thus he did not attempt to negotiate via debt trap diplomacy, as he had done to ensure his marriage to Honoria. Instead, he chose a more fiendish approach, one that even Vetranes, in his paranoia, would not expect. With this meeting adjourned, the Byzantine emperor would soon meet with the Pope and unwittingly knock over the first domino, eventually leading to Alexandros being established as the future emperor of the East. As for Quintus, he had played his part perfectly. All Berenger had to do now was wait a few years and reap the harvest of his schemes.
Berenger stood alone in his war room. He had been up all night for the past 3 nights, working on the project before him. On a large table sat a miniature replica of the city of Kufstein, including the subterranean level where the sewers currently existed. Unlike the actual city of Kufstein, the replica featured several major changes. Most notably, it included his recent improvements in power lines and street lights. Other notable additions included stoplights, stop signs, bicycle lanes, and bus stops on the surface level of the city. Below the city, pipelines and storage facilities were designed to enable the transfer and storage of biodiesel, which could be pumped into the public transit system Berenger had devised. In the streets, double-decker buses roamed freely, transporting civilians from one end of the city to the other. Alongside them, trucks carried goods from the countryside into the city. The miniature city of Kufstein was bustling and prosperous, and Berenger smiled at it. Eventually, he shifted his gaze from the trade district to the palace district, where his eyes landed on the royal palace. A small car based on the Mercedes-Benz 770 sat in the driveway, surrounded by precisely sculpted miniature figurines of Berenger and his family. This miniature city was a vision of the future of Kufstein. Berenger had already designed everything in this replica to be implemented in the real world. Since his return from Africa, he had been working tirelessly to develop the technology needed to advance Germany into the age of electricity and combustion engines. All he needed was for it to be produced and implemented. In a few years, Kufstein, and many of Germany's major cities, would look much like this. As he played around with the figures, the door to the room opened, revealing the curvy figure of Princess Henrietta. The girl had bags under her eyes, and her hair was a mess. It appeared she had been up just as late as Berenger, working her hardest to ensure the finances were in place to fund the citywide renovation. She smiled when she saw her big brother, then handed him the expense report while kissing him on the cheek. "It's all done. The numbers have been crunched, and the funds are in place. We will begin adding your plans to the ongoing grand infrastructure project immediately." Berenger smiled and pet his sister's silky golden hair while hugging her tightly. He praised her for her hard work before kissing her on the forehead. "That's my Henrietta. I knew I could count on you. You truly are the best." Henrietta's face lit up with a pretty smile, and she blushed profusely at her precious big brother's praise. If she had a tail, she would be wagging it at this moment. So caught up in his embrace, she didn't notice the city's replica until now. Berenger noticed her curious gaze and asked, "You want to see it?" Henrietta nodded obediently, causing Berenger to smile and lead her over to the replica. This is Kufstein, or more importantly, what Kufstein will look like in a few years. Isn't it glorious? Henrietta carefully observed the city and everything in it. It was truly marvelous in her eyes. She was shocked to see how much thought Berenger had put into this and how far their family's territory had progressed in a decade under his reign. She couldn't help but express her astonishment. It's truly amazing. I can't believe that 10 years ago, we were in a small farming town, and soon enough, this metropolis will be our hometown. So much has changed since you took power. You're now an emperor, and I'm an imperial princess. Sometimes it's mind-boggling just how far we've come. After saying this, Henrietta's gaze shifted to the royal palace, where she saw the miniatures representing the family. She smiled when she saw her own figurine. After a while, she carefully counted the figures before expressing her concern. "Big brother, you're missing one." Berenger gazed at the scene of his family standing outside the car and carefully observed the numbers. He had gone through great lengths to accurately sculpt his entire family for this replica, and he was certain he had included every family member. After recounting, he denied the accusation. "No, I'm not. I think I would know if I forgot to sculpt a figure of one of my children." However, Henrietta had a coquettish expression on her face as she wrapped Berenger's hand around her belly. After doing so, she whispered in his ear, "You're missing this little one right here." Berenger chuckled as he kissed her on the forehead before hugging her. "You're pregnant? Again? Goddamn, what is with you girls?" Henrietta scoffed and feigned offense when she heard this. "Well, maybe if you used protection, this wouldn't happen so often. Besides, this is only our second child together. I'm behind the others." Berenger shivered when he heard the word protection before rejecting the notion. "The idea of wearing a condom made of goat intestines freaks me out. I'd rather just pull out and roll the dice." This response caused Henrietta to giggle as she held onto Berenger while teasing him. "Well, it seems the odds are not in your favor, my dear big brother." Berenger teasingly bopped Henrietta's nose. "Hey, I'm your nephew, remember?" Henrietta pouted, breaking away from Berenger's grasp, and walked towards the door. At that moment, Berenger thought he had upset her with his comment and quickly followed after her. Surprisingly, she turned around with a playful grin and kissed him. "I don't recognize that as canon. Now come, big brother, let's go take a bath before the others wake up." Berenger chuckled and allowed himself to be dragged away by the wrist. He had said that same phrase more than once in his past life, responding to works that took an unfavorable turn, but he never expected his sister to use it about their family lineage. In the bath, they stripped out of their lavish attire and relaxed in a tub the size of a swimming pool. Henrietta sat in Berenger's lap, letting him clean every inch of her body, and then returned the favor. By the time they finished, the rest of the family had woken up, and the two had to cut their time together short. Adela would surely get jealous if she found out they had spent time together without her, and neither wanted to face her wrath. With this plan, the cities of the German Empire would enter the next stage of evolution. Those not yet fully industrialized would leap past the age of steam and enter the world of electricity. Berenger had a 10-year plan in mind. This plan aimed to bring the Reich to a level of Great War-era technology across the borders of the fatherland. By redesigning the cities, he had accomplished the first step on this decade-long journey. Berenger sat in his office with a stern expression, resting his chin on his folded hands. In front of him was his eldest child, Hans von Kufstein, who had a nervous look on his face. Berenger had been meaning to talk to his son for a while, following the incident at his school. However, his schedule had been dreadfully busy, and as a result, he had waited over a week to have this conversation. Hans was squirming in his seat. The only thing that frightened him more than his mother when she was angry was his father. He was well aware of why he was sitting there across from the world's most powerful tyrant and took a deep breath to calm himself before listening to his father's scolding. "You know why you are here, don't you, Hans?" The boy remained silent, nodding his head in agreement, signaling his father to continue. You slapped your fiancée across the face in front of an audience. Do you know what people are saying about that? The Kaiser's ward is living a life filled with abuse. The Prince of Germany is cruel towards women, and so on. I have worked hard to build the prestige and dignity of my family, to the point where the von Kufstein name commands both fear and respect around the globe. With your display of violence, people are starting to speak ill of our family. Those with an agenda have used your actions to slander our dynasty. I know your mother asked you to apologize to the girl. Have you done so already? Hans shook his head awkwardly, responding truthfully to his father's interrogation. No, father, she doesn't want to see me. Berenger nodded silently for several minutes before getting up from his seat. He stared out the window for several seconds before responding to his son. Do you know why it is inappropriate to hit a woman? The prince kneaded his hands for several moments, unsure of the answer his father was looking for, before responding to the question. Because there's no valid reason for doing it? Berenger scoffed when he heard this and looked at the boy with disdain. Bullshit. Did your mother tell you that? Typical. Hans, there are plenty of reasons to hit a woman. You just don't fucking do it, especially not in public. Why? Because they are weaker than we are. As one of my potential heirs, and let's be honest, the most likely to succeed me when I finally retire, you need to mind your position and never use your power to bully those who are weaker. Veronica disrespected you, in public, no less. Believe me when I say that I understand the urge to put a woman in her place when she does that. However, there are plenty of ways to discipline a woman when she acts out. You do so in the comfort and safety of your own home. You do not lash out in public and strike her. It is simply disgraceful behavior. Your mother says you need to apologize to Veronica. However, she is a woman and isn't thinking with her brain, but with her heart. So, let me ask you a question. Do you honestly believe what you did was wrong, or are you simply remorseful that your actions caused distress to the girl? Hans thought about his father's words for a few moments before raising his head with a clear sense of understanding in his eyes. Though I may have gone too far in my actions, I believe the intent behind them was justified. I suppose I don't feel guilt for my actions, but remorse for the effect they had on Veronica. Berenger nodded in approval, then walked over to the boy and leaned on his desk, instructing him further. You never apologize to a woman, Hans, at least not for your actions, and especially if you don't feel they were unwarranted. It's a sign of weakness, a sign of submission, and as the future king of Bohemia and potentially the next Kaiser, you should never lower your head to a woman. However, women are emotional creatures and won't easily forgive you unless they get an apology, so the compromise is to divert the apology towards how they feel. After all, that is what they really care about. Your mother has ordered you to apologize to Veronica, and you will. You will go to her school tomorrow at lunchtime. Don't worry about being granted access, I'll take care of it. Approach her in front of all her classmates and be as kind as I know you can be. Apologize to Veronica for hurting her feelings and causing her emotional distress. I have no doubt she will forgive you, and all the other girls will see that you are a kind and caring boy who takes care of his fiancée. This should dispel any nasty rumors floating about regarding our household and the treatment of my ward. Your mother has spoiled you too much. It's time I teach you how to be a man, starting with how to properly apologize. After hearing his father's lecture, Hans felt enlightened. His father's words opened his eyes to the power dynamics in relationships. He hadn't realized that something as simple as an apology could have such a profound effect on how people viewed him. He listened carefully to his father's advice before nodding and agreeing to his demands. Very well, father, I will do as you say. Berenger grinned when he heard this and patted the boy on the shoulder, dispelling some additional wisdom. Hans, you were born with the greatest gift of all. You have an exceptionally gifted mind and are more intelligent than I, or your mother, could ever dream of becoming. However, you are still young and lacking in wisdom. If you wish for your legacy to one day outshine mine, you should heed my advice and obey my commands. If you do, I will make a man out of you, a man so great that history will remember you forever. Now, run along and make sure to apologize, as I instructed, to your little fiancé." Hans smiled and nodded his head before departing from his father's study. "Thanks for the advice, father." After saying this, the boy ran off to enjoy the rest of his day. The next day, Hans did as he was instructed. At lunchtime, he left his school and rode in a carriage to the all-girls academy that Veronica attended. The gate guards did not even bat an eye as the prince walked through their entrance. He knew his father had cleared the way for him. After all, every boy dreamed of entering these pearly gates, but none were allowed entry. Hans would be the first boy to enter the school since its creation. As he walked down the halls, girls who were not in the cafeteria whispered among themselves and giggled. They were shocked to see a boy enter the sacred halls of their school, but they all knew his identity and none dared to impede his progress. Eventually, Hans found Veronica sitting in the cafeteria alongside several of her friends, who gazed at him with astonishment. When Veronica saw their expressions, she turned around to see her little fiancé staring at her with a warm expression. She pouted as she saw the boy who had shunned her so brutally in front of his classmates and turned her head to the side, not wanting to look into his eyes. When Hans saw this, he chuckled before handing Veronica a rose he had hidden up his sleeve. "Veronica, we need to talk." The girl refused to shift her gaze toward him and merely harumphed coldly, attempting to shoo him away. "There's nothing for us to talk about, Hans." All eyes were on the two of them as they attempted to settle their dispute, with girls gossiping in the background. Ultimately, Hans sighed before forcing the rose into Veronica's hand. He took a deep breath and made his apology. "Veronica, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I know this doesn't mean much, but after what happened, I had some time to think, and I broke things off with Noemi. If it's between you and her, I'll choose you every time. You know that, right?" Veronica blushed as she heard this and lowered her head. The girls in the cafeteria whispered among themselves, having heard that the prince had slapped her but not knowing the reason behind it. They never would have guessed it was because of a love triangle. It was almost as if they were watching a soap opera play out in front of them, and they ate it up. The Bohemian princess did not even realize that Hans had failed to apologize for his actions or promise to never lay a hand on her again. He had watched his father enough to know how to manipulate a woman's heartstrings. Naturally, with his intellect and his father's advice, Hans was able to formulate the perfect apology. One that deflected from guilt and responsibility while giving the girl exactly what she wanted to hear. It worked like a charm, because after several moments of silent embarrassment, Veronica hugged the boy and called him the same nickname that Noemi used to call him. Hansi. After hugging him, she pouted once more before pulling on his cheeks. "You little brat, you put me through so much pain. You owe me." Hans endured the torment before asking what the girl wanted from him. "Anything, just ask." The girl eventually let go of his cheeks, wearing a sheepish expression while touching her index fingers together. "Tea? Tea time, this Saturday, just the two of us." In response, the prince chuckled before responding to the girl's request with a wide grin. "Sure. Anything for you, Veronica." Immediately, the cafeteria erupted with roars, as the girl screamed in excitement. Though there were a few years between the royal couple, it was an endearing sight for many of the girls who could only dream of having such an adorable little fiancé. Those who were among the nobility were already engaged to men much older than them, and when they saw Veronica and Hans together, they were naturally jealous. In the end, this little apology of Hans would spread far and wide across the city, putting an end to the nasty rumors of abuse. Veronica had forgotten all about her little dispute and would maintain a friendly relationship with her fiancé. Though Linda had put an end to Hans's relationship with Noemi, the boy was undeterred from the prospect of hanging out with her. He vowed to find a way to be with Noemi simply out of spite towards his mother and his fiancé for forcing him to terminate the relationship. An officer in the German army stood outside the Kaiser's Canal, a name given to the area in Egypt where Berenger had sunk significant cost and effort into construction over the past few years. After years of hard work, it was finally completed. The deployment of numerous steam shovels and the extensive use of dynamite allowed the canal to be completed in roughly 5 years. However, the canal was completed during a time of great conflict. Just recently, the remnants of the Byzantine and Timurid armies were forced to ferry across the canal,
fleeing from the pursuing Crusader forces. Given the ongoing war in the region, Berenger had ensured that the troops protecting the canal were given priority in rearmament. As a result, several 7.5 cm and 10 cm FK-25 field guns were stationed around the canal's defenses. There were also machine gun nests made of reinforced concrete, where MG-25 machine guns lay in wait for the enemy. Thousands of soldiers were equipped with the new G-25 rifles, though not all of them were. Instead, there was a mix of old and new weapons among these forces, whose job it was to guard the canal from the hostile Crusaders. The officer in charge of the canal's defenses gazed through his binoculars and witnessed a large army on the horizon, filled with men-at-arms armed with pikes, arquebuses, and a variety of matchlock muskets, both smoothbore and rifled. Upon seeing this, he gave a series of commands to a nearby soldier.
Report to the telegraph operator. Inform him to dispatch a message to the fleet in Malta.
An enemy army is approaching the canal, and we are in need of assistance. The soldier, dressed in an arid combat uniform and a matching Stahlhelm, nodded before running off to the fortification housing the massive telegraph station established in the fort.
Another officer quickly addressed his superior, a hint of concern in his voice.
Colonel, we only have a single brigade here for defense.
Should we not withdraw?
The colonel turned around and placed his binoculars in their pouch. He was none other than Arnwald Gerwig, a man who had served in Berenger's army since the beginning of his conquests and had personally fought by his side during the early days of his war against Count Lothar. He stared at the captain, who questioned his decision with a hint of disdain on his face before spitting on the ground.
We have spent the last 5 years building this canal, and now these backwoods feudal knights think they can come in and reap the benefits of our labor? No, the Kaiser would kill us all if he knew we retreated. If these fools dare to march on the canal, we will show them the power of German steel.
However, since we are not officially at war with the Crusaders at this moment, I shall dispatch a messenger, ordering them to turn around and leave Egypt. If they dare to approach the canal, we will see it as an act of war and will defend our position to the last man. The officer immediately lowered his head in shame. He felt bad for even suggesting a retreat. After all the effort they had put into building the canal, Arnwald was right in saying that the Kaiser would have their heads if they dared to retreat. After a moment of reflection, he went off to convey the colonel's orders and ensured that every man was ready for combat at a moment's notice. As the enemy army approached to a distance of roughly 5 kilometers away, a German messenger was sent to them on horseback. The army chasing the Crusaders was not the primary Crusader force. Instead, it was led by the King of England and primarily consisted of English and Red Dragon forces. When the King of England noticed the rider approaching, he smiled fiercely. Finally, he could have a proper meeting with a representative of the German Empire. Until now, he had never been in direct contact with Berenger or his forces. However, after witnessing the weapons employed by the Byzantine and Timurid forces, he had come to respect the Kaiser as a man of great power.
Lawrence, naturally, was unaware of the true power the German Empire possessed.
Thus, he was surprised when he saw the rider approach without wearing a suit of armor. He quickly shouted out to his own forces, looking for a translator who could speak with the German messenger.
Does anyone speak German?
Surprisingly, a random nobleman in his army raised his hand in response and volunteered for the task.
I can speak a little.
Lawrence was surprised that some of his men could speak the foreign language, but then again, prior to the rise of the German Empire, it was not entirely unlikely that English knights and lords would marry a foreign bride. Thus, he was not suspicious of this. Eventually, the German rider approached the army and delivered his demands. By the decree of Colonel Arnwald Gerwig, you shall not take another step forward. This land belongs to the Kaiser, and to trespass with an army is considered an act of war against the German nation. Unless you wish to face the full might of the Reich, I suggest you return from whence you came.
Lawrence scoffed upon hearing this.
Looking around him, he could hardly believe what he was hearing.
This was Egypt. Since when did the Germans have a claim to this land?
As far as he knew, this was a small unit dispatched by the Kaiser to assist their Byzantine allies. Because of this, he responded with a rather crass remark that only a man ignorant of the agreement between Berenger and Vetranis would make.
We're in Egypt, lad.
This land belongs to the Byzantine Empire.
Since we are at war with them, we have the right to take whatever we damn well please. I suggest you and your forces withdraw from the region if you don't want to get slaughtered." The messenger laughed, ridiculing the English king in front of his own army. The nobleman who acted as the translator had a sheepish expression on his face as he repeated the words spoken. "Ignorant swine, years ago, the Byzantine emperor transferred this land to Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein as part of his personal holdings. Though it is subject to Byzantine laws and taxes, the Kaiser considers it part of the Reich. As I previously stated, advance one step further, and you will be trespassing on German land. We are not afraid to respond with force." The legality behind the Suez Canal was complicated. Officially, it was part of the Byzantine Empire and thus subjected to its laws and taxes. However, it was also a feudal holding of the Kaiser, making it both a Byzantine and German territory. While Lawrence could press the claim that he was taking Byzantine land in an act of conquest, Berenger had the right to deploy his armies to defend it. Since Berenger was the Emperor of Germany and the Reich was no longer a feudal country, he could legally deploy the Imperial German military in its defense. Not only that, he could also deploy the Reichsguard. King Lawrence's arrogant smile faded as he heard this. He suddenly felt like a fool for not being aware of this fact. This created a monumental problem for the man who wanted to claim Egypt's wealth. Currently, he held most of the Sinai Peninsula after expelling the Byzantine and Timurid forces beyond the Kaiser's Canal. However, the wealth of Egypt lay beyond the Canal, which acted as a literal barrier between German territory and the rest of the region. Lawrence could not cross the canal without making an enemy of the Reich. This left him with one choice if he wanted to plunder Egypt's wealth: sail around the canal and invade the rest of Egypt from the sea. However, were things so easy? Would the Germans allow a hostile force on both sides of the canal? No, it was highly unlikely that they would make such a foolish decision. If he really intended to take Egypt, the German army would undoubtedly interfere. Because of this, King Lawrence and the English Crusaders were left with two choices: declare war on the German Empire and attempt to take the Suez Canal by force, or withdraw from the region and settle for Syria-Palestine. In the end, the English king was not foolish enough to provoke the eagle. He sighed heavily before withdrawing his forces. "You make a compelling argument. Very well, I will withdraw my forces from the region. We will have to settle for Syria-Palestine. Come along, lads, our forces are needed elsewhere." With that, a war between Germany and England was narrowly avoided. If not for the fear and respect the English king had for the Kaiser and his army, things could have gone very differently. After returning to the encampment, the messenger gave Lawrence's response to the colonel. Ultimately, Colonel Arnwald Gerwig decided to allow the fleet from Malta to approach the canal rather than call it off. After all, as long as this crusade continued, they could use naval support. Heimeric von Grez sat in the royal palace of Granada, where Field Marshal Adelbrand von Salzburg currently resided. The two men were in an office, staring at each other with different expressions. Adelbrand had a grim look on his face, while Heimeric appeared smug and confident. They glared at each other in silence for several moments before Adelbrand spoke up. "Repeat what you just said to me." Heimeric sipped from a teacup filled with coffee before gently placing it on a saucer and repeating the words he had just spoken moments before. "The Kaiser fears this war is taking too long and is consuming far too many resources. Though your soldiers have done their best to remove the threat, he has decided that a more ruthless approach is necessary to crush the spirits of the Iberian Catholics. In the following days, I and my Reichsguard will march on Madrid, where we will unleash a barrage of chemical shells onto the city, annihilating all of its inhabitants. This is not up for negotiation, Adelbrand. I have my orders, and they are to compel you to listen to the Kaiser's commands. I know you have spent more time here in Iberia than you have back in the fatherland. However, your concern for the lives of these people has clouded your judgment. The Moors love you. It is through your actions and those of the Kaiser that Iberia was united under their banner. However, you have been tasked with bringing an end to this rebellion, and despite those orders, the situation here only seems to be getting worse. It is because the Moors love you that the Kaiser has asked me to unleash this ruthless assault on the city of Madrid. After all, he wouldn't want to stain your reputation. I assure you, I will crush this rebellion,
even if it means burning a few million Catholics in the process. After all, from the moment I was appointed Field Marshal of the Reichsguard, it was made very clear to me that I would be tasked with the dirty work the regular army could not be seen doing. I just need you to clear your soldiers out of Madrid. Once that is done, we can begin our attack. Adelbrand sighed heavily when he heard this. He tapped his fingers on the desk repeatedly. This attack would result in a monumental loss of life. However, orders were orders, and he would not dare disobey the Kaiser, especially when he was so close to obtaining Eckhard's old position. With a heavy heart, he nodded his head in acceptance of his orders. Very well. I will dispatch a message to the garrison in Madrid, instructing them to withdraw from the city and return to Granada. Is there anything else you need from me before you begin the attack? Heimerich's lips curled into a smile at Adelbrand's question. He indeed had further orders and quickly pulled out a briefcase he had brought for the meeting, opening it to reveal several classified documents. The Kaiser believes it is time for an Iberian Reformation. This is a coordinated effort by the departments of propaganda and intelligence to frame recent terrorist attacks as a justification for our actions and to demonize the papacy. His Majesty wants you to lead this Reformation effort to achieve peace and unity between Iberian Christians and Moorish Muslims. Adelbrand reviewed the documents for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. Very well. I will begin to enact the Kaiser's will at once. Though it may not be immediate, within the next few years, I guarantee an Iberian Reformation will take place. Heimeric nodded his head after hearing this. Now that the business was out of the way, he intended to ask Adelbrand's personal opinion about the war at large. Off the record, how are things going? I've heard rumors from soldiers on leave that the cities with a Catholic majority have turned into a meat grinder. Adelbrand sighed. He would not answer this question without a stiff drink. As a result, he pulled out a bottle of whiskey and 2 shot glasses. He poured the amber liquid into the 2 glasses and handed one to Heimeric before downing his shot as if it were water. After doing this, he poured 2 more shots for himself and drank them in the same way. Once he was properly intoxicated, he let his guard down. Off the record? The situation in Iberia is an unmitigated clusterfuck. The Iberian rebels use hit-and-run tactics to ambush our soldiers, scavenging their weapons to use in even greater attacks. I have no idea how many grenades and G-22s are in the hands of the enemy, but it's enough to cause me a fucking headache. You have these bastards brainwashing their kids into suicide attacks with grenades. It's impossible to know when you kick down a door if a child is neutral or hostile. Because of this, there have been more than a few mishaps where a crying child was gunned down by our soldiers, who feared they were hiding a grenade. This has only increased the animosity among the Catholics, causing our soldiers to become paranoid. I've equipped and trained the Andalusian army to take the front lines, but no matter what I do, they still rely on the support of our soldiers. I understand why the Kaiser has ordered this attack, but I am telling you right now, it will only harden the resolve of the Catholics. They will continue their attacks until the Moors and Germans are removed from these lands. When Heimeric heard this, he scoffed before taking another shot. Adelbrand noticed the expression on his face and immediately questioned the man. What? Do you honestly believe you can do better? In response, Heimeric downed another shot before boasting of his abilities. It's a good thing His Majesty called me in to deal with this damned rebellion. You are clearly not prepared to undertake the measures necessary to eliminate the enemy. It's very simple, Adelbrand. If they continue to rise against my Reichsguard after I have gassed Madrid, then I will go from town to town, city to city, taking 10 heads for every rebel. If the Catholic people of Iberia continue to support the rebellion after I conduct my raids, then I will obliterate entire towns. I will continue this slaughter until either the Catholics lose the will to fight or are entirely annihilated. That is how you defeat a rebellion, and that is why the Kaiser has dispatched me to the Iberian theater. Adelbrand sat in disbelief as he heard this. He could not help but question the sanity of Heimeric as he heard the man so boldly announce his plan of mass murder. He instantly voiced his objection to this plot. But, that's murder. You would kill so many innocent people just to break the rebels' spirit? Once more, Heimeric scoffed when he heard the naivety of Adelbrand, and because of this, he continued his lecture.
Innocent? Hardly. It is clear that the rebellion is receiving support from ordinary civilians. Because these civilians are providing the enemy with resources and intelligence, they must understand they will be held accountable for the rebels' actions. If the people do not turn against these terrorists, they will pay the price with their lives. Each time we wipe out a village, our propaganda declares they were supporting the rebels. Eventually, people will get the message, turn in the rebels, or suffer alongside you and your families. We will see whose spirit breaks first. I assure you, as long as I represent the Kaiser's will, the fighting spirit of the German people shall never falter. We will be victorious, whether that means the complete and total annihilation of the Iberian Catholic population or their total surrender. However, defeat is not an option. Adelbrand could hardly believe that such a madman was in charge of the Reichsguard, or that the Kaiser had sent him to Iberia, knowing he would take such extreme actions to end the rebellion. He could not fathom why Berenger was so obsessed with ending the war in Iberia as soon as possible. Heimeric, in contrast, was confident in total victory. He did not care how many lives had to be lost in the process. In the end, the Iberian Catholics would either be annihilated or capitulate to the rule of their Moorish masters. Either way, victory was assured now that he, and 50,000 of his Reichsguard, had entered the war. Currently, Berenger lay on a bed in the harem room of his royal palace. His girls surrounded him, all dressed in skimpy attire loosely based on Arabian harem clothing, or at least the ahistorical attire common in popular culture from his past life. Despite the skimpy and colorful attire of these beautiful women, Berenger's eyes were closed as he enjoyed an oil massage performed by all 5 of his lovers. He had been working hard recently and decided to take an afternoon off to indulge in hedonistic pleasure. Linda kneaded the finer points of his back, applying a special oil that soaked into his skin. While she worked on his back, Yasmin and Anuria massaged his lower back, and Adela and Henrietta worked on his arms. Berenger was truly relaxed in this moment, partly due to the oil massage and partly because he had taken a large hit from the hookah just moments before they began. Just then, a knock resounded on the door. Who was interrupting the Kaiser during his day off? Berenger did not know, but whoever it was would surely face his wrath if it was not important. He sighed before calling out from the depths of the large room, "Come on in." The door opened to reveal the young EmperorPart and his little sister, Priya. Through the mist of the hookah smoke that Yasmin had just puffed out beneath her veil, they gazed at the scandalous sight. Though the women were not nude, their attire was so revealing that little was left to the imagination. Daria, being a hormonal teenager, lost all sense in that moment, flushed red, and stammered. Completely forgetting his reason for visiting, the young man stammered, "WWH." Priya, although flustered, kept her composure. She nudged her older brother in the ribs and whispered in his ear, "Get a grip. We came here with a purpose, remember?" Hearing this, the boy nodded and regained his composure. He then asked the question that had been on his mind for some time, "Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, I wanted to know what it would take for you to help me reclaim my throne." Berenger sighed and sat up, causing his girls to pause. Only Linda, who was working on his back, continued to massage him while she covered his manhood with a towel. The sight of the man's oil-glistening abs sent Priya into a daze, much like how Daria had been moments before. The Kaiser noticed this and smirked smugly before taking another hit from his hookah. After exhaling, he responded to Daria's question confidently, "You're too young and too inexperienced to rule your family's empire. At your current state, you wouldn't even be able to serve as my puppet. I have taken you into my home and shielded you from your uncle's murderous plots. You'd be surprised how many merchants from the East have come with the intention of claiming your lives. If you want to reclaim your birthright, you will first need to learn how to rule. This means proper schooling. When the time comes, I will help you reclaim your throne, but you must understand that there is a price for everything. Providing military assistance to an exiled emperor in the hopes of reclaiming his throne is not a debt easily forgiven. Tell me, what do you offer me in exchange for my kindness?" Daria bit his lip, struggling to determine what Berenger wanted. The boy understood that Berenger was a highly intelligent and ruthless man who sought global hegemony. He also knew that the German military was nearly invincible. If the entire world united against them, Germany might still emerge victorious. Thus, Daria had come prepared to make concessions in order to reclaim what was rightfully his. I will offer you land to build a naval base, giving you a staging point for your eastern ambitions. I will also ensure that your empire has access to all the spices you could desire. From what I understand, that is one of the reasons you are interested in my empire, is it not?
Berenger thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The terms were fair, but still not enough to convince him to invest in military intervention.
That's a start, but you need to sweeten the pot.
As Daria pondered the best way to convince Berenger to support him, Linda acted in a manner neither he nor Priya expected. The red-haired vixen, with a lustful gaze, reached under Berenger's towel and began massaging his member. Berenger immediately grabbed her hand, pulled it out, and turned to look into her sky-blue eyes.
Not now.
Despite her baby blue veil, Berenger could see her pout as she retreated to his back.
Her inappropriate action caused Priya's face to turn as red as an apple. Seeing this, Daria had an idea. What about my sister? You still need a fifth wife, right?
Berenger scoffed, then shook his head.
She's too young. By the time she's of age, I'll be in my 30s. Are you sure she wants to marry a man so much older than herself? Daria glanced at Priya and noticed she was glaring at him. Did he seriously just use her as a pawn in negotiations?
She wanted to scratch him to teach him a lesson, but she ultimately decided not to.
Berenger chuckled, then lectured Daria on his negotiating skills. Kid, it'll be years before you're even old enough to properly rule.
You don't need to give me a satisfactory answer right now.
Enjoy your youth in Kufstein while you can. Your throne will be waiting for you.
I do hope, after a few years, you can come up with a more satisfactory form of payment.
It's not that your sister is a bad bargaining piece.
After all, an imperial princess is always a valued commodity. It's just that she is way too young for my tastes.
Now, if that is all you wanted to say, please leave. I'm not sure I can keep Linda here off of me for much longer. Daria harumphed and stormed out of the harem room, with Priya by his side.
Unlike her brother, she looked back at Berenger and his many women one last time before the door shut behind her. She was not the most experienced girl in the world when it came to relationships, but she could make an educated guess about what was about to happen in that room. The city of Madrid was mostly peaceful, more so than it had been for some time. In recent years, since the Granadan conquest of Iberia was completed, the city had been a hotbed of insurgency. Out of all the cities in the region, none had resisted more fiercely than Madrid. Not only had thousands of the city's inhabitants taken up arms against their Andalusian and German occupiers, but tens of thousands of civilians supported the rebels in any way they could, mostly by gathering intelligence on the occupying forces. This was why Berenger had selected Madrid as his target for terror. Currently, the banners of the Iberian Catholic League flew high above the city as the rebels tore down those of Al-Andalus.
Why were they acting so brazenly?
Because the Andalusian and German troops had withdrawn from the city, in an attempt to reinforce the capital of their false empire. Along with them, the few Moors who resided within the city walls had also left.
Evidently, these peasant rebels were not intelligent enough to surmise that the enemy was planning a fierce attack. Or perhaps they simply believed it was improbable that they could wipe out the city.
Either way, the rebels were hoisting their crosses and shouting their praises to God and their ancestors who had fought for centuries to remove the Moors from Iberia. They were completely unaware that the city was surrounded by the Reichsguard.
After all, the enemy forces were 12 kilometers away.
Berenger had pulled out all the stops over the past year, sparing no expense to equip his Reichsguard with the latest weaponry. A single artillery brigade was conducting this operation, with a total of 70 field guns surrounding the city. These weapons were a mix of 7.5 cm FK-25s and their larger 10 cm counterparts. 70 field guns and 4,000 men stood outside the city, preparing for the attack that would annihilate its inhabitants. The crews operating these powerful weapons carefully loaded the chlorine gas shells into the breeches, adjusting the aim toward various locations in the city. Heimerich's plan was to spread as much poison gas as possible throughout the city limits and then charge through with their infantry to clear out any survivors. The infantry brigade that accompanied the artillery was closer to the city, lying prone in the fields bordering Madrid to avoid being spotted.
After checking that everything was in order, Heir wore a stoic expression as he issued the order for the attack. Open fire.
The air outside Madrid roared with thunder as 70 field guns fired their first barrage into the city, where the inhabitants were celebrating. They did not stop with a single barrage but quickly loaded more rounds and continued their assault. In the center of the city, standing on the balcony of the mayor's manor, was an inquisitor of the Catholic Church, tasked by the Pope to instigate the rebellion in Iberia. The moment he heard the thunderous echoes, he soiled himself. He understood all too well what those weapons meant, or so he thought. He did not know how the enemy had surrounded them without being seen from the city's walls. Before he could command someone to investigate, the sound of screams filled the air as the city's inhabitants began to panic. Large clouds of yellowish-green gas formed where the shells had impacted. The gas spread rapidly across the city, causing those caught in its vicinity to choke violently and suffocate to death. Panic filled the Inquisitor's eyes as he witnessed this new monstrosity, causing him to quickly perform the sign of the cross and utter a prayer for deliverance from the evil. With each passing second, another thunderous echo occurred, and more gas appeared in the city, spreading rapidly like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. No one was safe from the miasma's effect, even those who fled to the safety of their homes. The manor's balcony overlooked much of the city, allowing the Inquisitor to see the cloud of death that blocked his field of vision. The church's representative instantly panicked, falling back from the balcony with his guards. He needed to escape, he needed to flee the city before this gas caught up with him and inform the Pope of this terrifying new weapon. If this horrifying weapon were deployed against the Crusaders on the fields, there would be no chance of victory. However, the mayor's manor, which he boldly occupied after the local government's retreat, was in the center of the city, and it wasn't just the section in front of him that was being swallowed by the poisonous miasma. He could only curse himself for failing to notice the enemy's plans when they evacuated the Moors from the city. But how could he have known such a thing? Never before had an army possessed the capability of wiping out every living being inside a city without ever setting foot in it. It seemed more like fiction than reality until now. The Inquisitor fled the mansion with his tail between his legs, but with every path he took, a cloud of chlorine gas followed him. He could only retreat further until there was no way out. Eventually, he was caught outside a chapel, with gas surrounding him on all sides. In that moment, he sought shelter in the church, hoping that the divinity of Christ would spare him from this ordeal. Unfortunately for him, the powers of the Abrahamic God were limited, and he had expended great efforts saving Julius from Berengar's previous attack. He would not lift a finger to save a peon like this Inquisitor. In the end, the chapel filled with yellowish-green smoke that forced its way into the Inquisitor's lungs, suffocating him slowly. First came the coughing, then itchy eyes that made him want to gouge them out, and finally, death. After only a minute of firing, a total of 1,750 shells had been fired into the city, depleting the stockpile of chemical weapons that the German army had produced through overtime work. Once all the rounds were expended, Heir ordered the infantry to move in and clear out any survivors. Each soldier of the Reichsguard was equipped with a gas mask as they rushed into the city, searching for targets to destroy. However, not a single soul survived the attack. Not only were all men, women, and children dead, but every pet and pest was eliminated as well. The city of Madrid was thoroughly cleansed of life. Once the gas dispersed, the Reichsguard gathered the corpses and buried them in mass graves outside the city. The cleanup operation would take far longer than the attack itself. While Heir oversaw the elimination of Madrid, Adelbrand worked on the press release. Currently, he stood in a room filled with reporters, mostly from German news outlets, though a few Andalusian newspapers also sent their reporters to the briefing. Adelbrand was dressed in his field marshal's uniform, wearing all the major medals he had earned during his service. He cleared his throat and wiped the sweat from his brow before speaking about the ongoing operation in Madrid. As we speak, the German Reichsguard is conducting an anti-terrorist operation in the city of Madrid. I won't lie to you, the situation is grim. Approximately 72 hours ago, the Moorish residents of the city were evacuated, as was the local government, after members of the Iberian Catholic League assassinated the mayor and unlawfully seized the city. The Sultan believes that we should not negotiate with terrorists, and as a result, I have branded all the remaining residents of Madrid as enemies of the state. This recent attack on the mayor of Madrid's life is just one of many in a series of coordinated assassinations following the murder of General Ziad Ibáñez. Make no mistake, we are at war with a vile band of insurgents who radicalize young children to kill and die in the name of their twisted religion. It is because of this reality that the Sultan and his region have, in their infinite wisdom, decided to take a measured approach to the seizure of Madrid and to attack the terrorists within its walls in a way that will not shed the blood of Germany's finest. As of this moment, the Reichsguard is launching a massive artillery barrage on the city, using newly developed shells. Since the papacy has encouraged the use of children as martyrs, we have no choice but to recognize the youth of Madrid as enemy combatants. After all, intelligence confirms that more than a few of them took part in the city's seizure. Thus, with the madness that Pope Julius has started, we have but one option, and that is to annihilate all life in Madrid. Let this be a warning to the Catholic rebels in Iberia and the criminals in the papacy. Al-Andalus and its German allies are not afraid to resort to underhanded tactics if the papacy insists on their use. Any town or city whose inhabitants support the terrorist organization known as the Iberian Catholic League, or any similar entity, will be deemed enemies of the state and will receive similar treatment to those who have seized Madrid. For the glory of the Sultan, for Al-Andalus. After finishing his speech, the press immediately clamored to ask their questions, but Adalbrand wasn't in the mood and hurried off the stage. Adalbrand's direct attack on the papacy's actions would steer the outcome of the Madrid massacre in the Sultan's favor. When the moderates learned that the papacy had encouraged the use of children as martyrs, along with the many other crimes of the Catholic Church, they would seek an alternative. Berenguer planned to manipulate this into another reformation. It took only a matter of minutes before Berenguer was informed about the massacre of Madrid. He was currently sitting back in his office chair, a glass of whiskey in one hand and a hemp cigarette in the other. Linda sat across from him, a pile of documents on the table and a proud smile on her pretty face, as she described in detail the ongoing reports from the Iberian Peninsula. "You requested a status report about the war in Iberia? Here is everything we know so far. Approximately 72 hours ago, our agents successfully infiltrated the city of Madrid, where they conducted a covert operation to assassinate the mayor. After doing so, they planted substantial evidence, framing the Iberian Catholic League for the attack before slipping silently into the night. Less than 12 hours later, our propaganda network spun this as a prelude to a greater assault on the Moorish community within the city. We then used this incident to evacuate the Moorish residents and the remainder of the local government from Madrid. As expected, the Iberian Catholic League was more than happy to take credit for the assassination. The moment we withdrew our people, the rebels seized Madrid and proclaimed it a free city under the direct rule of the papacy. At the same time, they declared this as the first step in a new Reconquista. While they were celebrating their perceived victory, Heir and the Reichsguard unleashed a barrage of chemical shells, gassing the city's inhabitants to extinction. In doing so, they depleted our current stockpile of chemical weapons. As we speak, the Reichsguard are now cleaning up the city and disposing of the corpses in a mass grave outside the city limits. As far as the Pope is concerned, he has yet to respond to these attacks. We are using this time to direct our propaganda efforts to inform the moderates of Iberia that this attack was a direct response to Catholic extremism and the terrorists who fight for the papacy. We are emphasizing the specific use of child soldiers by the Catholic extremists to justify our extermination policy. Shortly after the attack, Adalbrand issued a speech condemning the Catholic Church for their actions in this rebellion and stating that we will no longer show mercy to towns and cities harboring terrorists. Adalbrand has also offered a reward for anyone who provides the government with actionable intelligence that aids in the arrest of these terrorists. We believe that the incentive of a reward, combined with the fear of being held responsible for the terrorists' actions, will compel the people of Iberia to turn against the rebels. Berenguer nodded with a pleased smile. It was time for the war in Iberia to end. He had been involved in the region since before he was a monarch. Years had passed, thousands of lives had been lost, and countless resources had been exhausted, all in an effort to end the centuries-long conflict of the Reconquista in favor of the Moors. With a satisfied smile, he gave Linda her new orders. "You have done a good job, Linda. Everything is progressing as planned.
Since that is the case, inform your agents in the field to continue their efforts to uproot and eliminate the rebels. Use whatever methods you feel are necessary to accomplish this objective as quickly as possible." Linda smiled and nodded in silence.
She enjoyed being praised by her master. Seeing how pleased she was, Berenger decided to address another topic of importance. Now that he had Linda alone, he intended to interrogate her about the incident between Hans and Veronica. He began with a calm smile, but then his gaze shifted to an icy glare. "As you may already be aware, it appears that Veronica has forgiven Hans."
"That is good. Their relationship is of critical importance to our dynasty's control over the Kingdom of Bohemia. However, there is something I wanted to discuss with you regarding the boy and his Hungarian girlfriend." Linda felt a chill down her spine as she gazed at the cold look in her husband's eyes. There were not many things in this world that she feared. After all, she commanded the world's greatest assassins at her fingertips. However, getting on Berenger's bad side was definitely one of her worst nightmares. Not only because she loved him with a burning passion and couldn't stand the idea that he was upset with her, but also because her husband was a terrifying man when angry. She instantly lowered her head in submission as she questioned why he was so displeased with her. "I'm sorry, master, but this lowly slave doesn't know what she did wrong. Could you please enlighten me?" Berenger chuckled, but it was not a friendly laugh. Instead, it was the kind that belonged to someone on the brink of lashing out. "You told our son that he can't see that Hungarian girl anymore. Her name is Noemi, I believe. Do you mind explaining your reasoning behind that?" Linda was surprised that this was the reason Berenger was angry with her, and she quickly apologized for her actions. "I'm sorry, I was out of line. I simply didn't want my baby boy falling into the clutches of another woman so soon." In response, Berenger scoffed, rising from his seat and walking over to the woman. In that moment, he corrected her statement with a sinister tone. "You mean to say that you didn't want Hans to fall into the clutches of another woman you can't control, is that it? What's done is done. If I were to reverse your decision now, it would only make the boy view your authority with contempt, and Lord knows I need you to keep that scheming little brat in line. However, might I make a suggestion?" Linda gazed up at Berenger with her big blue eyes and gulped before responding. She could tell that he was greatly angered by what she had done, but she didn't know the full reason behind it. Berenger's cold behavior was unusual. Normally, when they were alone, he was nothing but loving. Now, as she looked into his one good eye, she felt that he wanted to strangle her, and not in the way she would enjoy. Thus, she responded with pure obedience. "Certainly." Berenger's gaze was icy, and his face was expressionless. The most frightening part of Berenger's personality wasn't his tendency to violent outbursts like a petulant child, but the machine-like logic with which his brain processed things. His regard for human life was minimal, if not non-existent. This emotionless gaze, utterly devoid of humanity, terrified Linda, as he had never stared at her so cruelly before. His tone was equally sinister and condescending as he lectured her on her actions. "The next time you have a brilliant idea in your pretty little head to restrict access to the potential wives of my heirs, I want you to speak to me about the situation beforehand. I had grand plans for Hungary that I intended to put into place after the papacy breathes its last breath, and you may have just ruined them for me." In that moment, Linda realized that in acting on her emotions, she had intruded upon her husband's ambitions and potentially caused him grief. She was instantly ashamed, not only for acting without thinking, which was uncharacteristic of her, but because she now understood the extent of the trouble she had caused the man she loved so dearly. She could only bow her head in submission and apologize. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." In response, Berenger grabbed Linda's dainty chin and kissed her on the forehead before whispering in her ear, "I love you, Linda, more than anything in this world, but you can't let your petty emotions get the better of your brilliant mind. You need to think about the consequences of your actions before you carry them out. I'm honestly surprised that you failed to consider my plans for Hungary before prohibiting our son from interacting with a critical pawn. I trust this misjudgment was due to your maternal instincts, and I will let it slide this time. After all, the overwhelming love you show toward your family is one of the things I admire most about you. Now, run along and be the loving mother that our children need. I have to work hard to clean up your mess." Linda exhaled heavily as she stood up from her seat and headed toward the door.
Just as she was about to leave, Berenger spoke up again while sitting back down at his desk.
"Oh, and Linda? Don't disappoint me again."
With that, the woman left the Kaiser's office with a newfound resolve to work harder as a wife, a mother, and as the director of Imperial Intelligence. Though she knew Berenger had forgiven her for her blunder, she would not easily forgive herself.
Currently, a meeting is taking place in the Novgorod Republic.
The Byzantine Emperor and the Pope sit across from one another, their faces stern.
Neither man wants to end the war so soon, especially since neither has completed their objectives. On the Crusaders' side, they desire to expand into Anatolia and Egypt.
They now have the means to push back the Byzantines and seize most of their territory, but recent events have caused them to halt these plans and turn their sights on the true enemy of the Church, which sits in the center of Europe. The Byzantine Emperor, on the other hand, wants to regain all the ground that was lost. However, he lacks the means to do so now that the Crusaders are equipped with weapons equal to, if not superior to, his own. Ultimately, he was forced to the negotiating table by the doves in his court. The Timurid Empire is absent from these negotiations, as the Catholic Church would never negotiate with the Muslims regarding a peaceful solution for the Holy Land.
If that could have been accomplished, it would have been done by now.
Berenger did achieve this for a limited time, but the peace he created ultimately led to the crusade that ravaged the Holy Land. Julius is the first to clear the air and speak about his position. First and foremost, the Byzantine Empire will recognize all the ground that the Crusaders have gained in this contest as a new Catholic Kingdom of Jerusalem.
This is non-negotiable.
Vetranis grits his teeth upon hearing this demand.
Everything north of the Sinai Peninsula and south of Anatolia is now in the hands of the Catholic Church.
This is a substantial chunk of his empire that will be handed over to the Catholics, who have proven themselves hostile in this crusade. However, he had already resolved to make this concession when he agreed to meet with the Pope. After all, his plan was to retake the land in a few years, once he had rebuilt his army. The reason he couldn't rely on his German allies in this war was due to the treaty signed with the Timurid Empire, which ensured Germany's neutrality if the Catholics invaded the Holy Land.
This was Solon's way of ensuring Germany didn't betray him at the first opportunity.
In the end, this neutrality clause only led to him and his Byzantine allies losing the Holy Land to the Catholic Crusaders. However, with the Holy Land now under the control of the Catholic Church, this clause would be null and void. Thus, when Vetranis declared war on the Kingdom of Jerusalem in a few years, once his armies were ready and the agreed peace period expired, he could count on their support. He hoped to negotiate with Julius for 5 years but was willing to accept up to 10. Therefore, he ultimately agreed to the papacy's demand.
Very well. I will concede on this point.
Julius wore a sinister smile as he heard the Byzantine emperor so easily accept his demands. Encouraged, he decided to push further and made another outrageous demand. You will also give us your territories in North Africa, including the newly constructed canal currently in the hands of Berenger the Accursed. Vetranis was shocked by this demand. Such a concession was unacceptable. If he agreed, he would lose 3/4 of his empire, and he immediately protested. Absolutely not. Egypt belongs to the Byzantine Empire. We have fought too hard and too long to give it up to you bastards after only a few years of regaining control over the region. Despite Vetranis' protests, Julius merely sneered in disdain, rebuking the man and his words. All right, then we will take Egypt by force and drive your soldiers from its lands. I'd like to see how you plan to negotiate your surrender in a few months when all you have left is control over Anatolia and the Balkans. You and I both know that, one way or another, I will get my hands on Egypt. So just agree to its surrender now, and save us all a lot of time, money, and lives. Vetranis clenched his fist when he heard this. He wanted to strike Julius across the face more than anything. However, his son Quintus grabbed his arm and silently shook his head. The Doves were a powerful faction, and they were backing Quintus and his efforts for peace. Thus, Vetranis could only take a deep breath to calm himself before agreeing to this request, but with one condition. I will concede Egypt, but I cannot give up the canal. That fief belongs to Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, and it is not my place to give it away.
In response, Julius scoffed before lecturing the emperor on feudal law.
I know your empire is not a feudalistic state, but you have granted that land to Berenger as a feudal property. Though it may belong to him, it is part of your empire, meaning you have the legal ability to seize the territory from him. I know he won't withdraw his forces, but at the very least, his legal claim to the land will be invalidated. Thus, I will be able to dispatch my armies and drive the 4,000 men he keeps stationed there from the Canal, and seize it for the kingdom of Jerusalem. Give me Egypt, all of it, and I will end the conflict and leave you with some dignity. Though every fiber of Vetrani's being wanted to deny this condition, he was in no position to do so. The bulk of his armies were defeated, and if he moved his forces from the Balkans, Hungary would break through its defenses and reach Constantinople. Currently, Palladius and his men were holding the Hungarian army at bay in the Dinaric Alps. Compared to the war in the Holy Land, it was a rather tame conflict, with occasional raids but no significant loss of land. That would change if he were to withdraw his forces from the region to support the war in Syria-Palestine. Thus, out of concern for keeping control of the Balkans and Anatolia, which was the heart of his empire, Vetranis could only sigh in defeat before agreeing to these demands. Very well, I will do what you ask. The Pope knew the extent of what he could take from the Byzantine Empire, and he was not done yet. Thus, he made one final demand, milking this negotiation for everything he could. One final stipulation is all that I ask for. To establish a 10-year peace, you will pay the papacy for damages caused during this war. For the next decade, you will pay £5,000 of silver and £30,000 of gold every year until the treaty expires. This stipulation was outrageous, and even Quintus' eyes bulged out of their sockets when he heard it. The church might as well demand that they limit their army to a fraction of its size, because by demanding so much money, the Byzantine Empire would never be able to rebuild its military prowess in the next 10 years. Vetranis was quick to refuse this point. Absolutely not. Why don't you just ask for my testicles here and now? I will not concede to such an outrageous demand, no matter what. However, in the next moment, Julius broke out into a fit of laughter as he spoke of an ancient tale. Vetranis, as an educated Roman, surely you should know your ancestors' history. Nearly 4 centuries before the birth of Christ, the Gauls sacked Rome, leaving the Roman populace completely at their mercy. The chieftain of the Gauls at the time, a man named Brennus, demanded that a ransom be paid for the city, in the form of 1,000 pounds of gold. The ancient Romans agreed to this and used a balancing scale to measure the payment. The Romans felt the scale was rigged in the Gauls' favor, and so they complained to Brennus. Do you know what he did? He pulled out his sword and tossed it on the scale, forcing the Romans to pay more gold to balance its weight, and left behind the words, "Vi victus." Or, in other words, woe to the vanquished. You are completely at my mercy, and you know it. It might take a few years, but I can still break through your forces in the Alps and march onto Constantinople itself. With my Drake cannons, even the mighty Theodosian walls will not stand in defiance. So the choice is yours: surrender to my conditions now, or lose everything in a few years. Which will it be? Vetranis sighed. There was a rage in his heart that could not be quelled, but he did not dare defy Julius, for everything he said was true. Thus, he signed his name on the treaty that would not only humiliate the Byzantine Empire but bankrupt it as well. With this treaty signed, Julius could pool his forces into Hungary and assault Germany's eastern defenses. The time to get revenge on Berenger von Kufstein and the German Reformation had finally come. After many years of patient waiting, Julius believed he could soon taste the Kaiser's blood. Berenger gazed upon a map of Europe sprawled out across the table in his war room. The map depicted the current German Empire and its neighbors. From the Baltic to the North Sea, and all the way down to the Adriatic, his empire stretched, uniting the German peoples of Europe into a single entity. There was one notable exception: the House of Burgundy currently held the other half of the Low Countries, where the majority of the citizens were ethnic Germans. However, this was not a major concern for Berenger, as he had just received word from the papacy. Emperor Vetranis had predictably betrayed him and ceded control of Egypt, including the Kaiser's pass, to the Crusaders. Pope Julius informed him that he must withdraw his forces from the region and surrender control of the Canal or face a total invasion. After years of preparation, the borders of Germany were secured by a force of 300,000 border guards, with an additional 500,000 soldiers in the army capable of deployment by train at a moment's notice. The majority of his military was still equipped with the old G22 single-shot bolt-action rifles, while his Reichsguard, an armed force of 75,000 men, were equipped with the latest weaponry. Berenger moved the pieces representing his soldiers on the map to their desired locations. In the west, he stationed a concentration of 50,000 men on the borders of Frisia, where he intended to launch an invasion into the Lowlands and seize the region for himself. The Duchy of Burgundy's army was currently deployed in the Middle East and would be forced to land in Italy and push through his forces in Lombardy to return home. Thus, Berenger needed relatively few men to capture the Lowlands.
2 divisions would suffice.
Meanwhile, in northern Italy, the 25,000 men of the Lombardic army would be supported by 100,000 German soldiers in their attempts to push into Rome and bring the Pope to heel. Naturally, the Kingdom of Naples would serve as one of the 2 major staging points for the Crusader army and would do everything in its power to prevent Germany's advance into the Holy See. In the east, on the borders of Hungary, Berenger stationed 200,000 men. He knew that at the start of the war, the Kingdom of Hungary would withdraw its forces from the Dinaric Alps and assault Germany's eastern borders. Unfortunately for them, Germany had an alliance with the Byzantines, and the forces of Palladius, who had fought long and hard against the Hungarian Knights, would invade from the south at the same time as Germany, crushing the Hungarian army between the 2 fronts.
Finally, in the Sinai Peninsula lies the final theater of war.
Berenger had already ferried 50,000 members of the Reichsguard, previously stationed in Iberia, to the Kaiser's Pass. Their sole purpose was to defend the region from the Crusader armies at all costs. Naturally, what little remained of Berenger's chemical weapons stockpile was taken with them. As for the ongoing war in Iberia, there were still 25,000 Reichsguard who would work alongside the Andalusian army to quell the rebellion.
After reviewing the deployment of his forces, Berenger had just one question: where should he deploy?
Naturally, he picked up the figure representing himself and hovered it over northern Italy.
He would lead the charge into Rome and personally see the papacy destroyed.
Berenger wore a wicked grin at the thought of what this meant. For the first time in nearly 900 years, the Germans would return to Rome to sack the Holy City and put an end to the tyranny of the Catholic Church. While he stared at the map with a sadistic gaze, Linda knocked on the door and witnessed the scene. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves before speaking.
"So, you're really going out there again? To battle, I mean." Berenger scoffed before nodding.
He slammed the figure representing himself onto the location marked Rome and then shifted his gaze to the busty red-headed beauty standing in his doorway.
"I've waited a long time for this moment.
Finally, we will rid ourselves of the menace that is the Catholic Church. Once I have defeated their armies, I will establish a new era of peace and prosperity for our empire, a Pax Germania, if you will. Nobody will ever challenge our empire on the field of battle or the 7 seas again. We shall rule the land, sea, and sky, and all will pay tribute to our great empire. It has taken me nearly 10 years, but I can finally achieve my life's ambition."
Linda wore a bitter smile as she heard this and asked the question that immediately came to mind. "And what then? After you have established this Pax Germania of yours, what will you do?" Berenger smiled and approached her.
He kissed her on the forehead before announcing his plans. "I intend to bring Germany into an era of technology that it shouldn't have for another 500 years. By the time I die, my dream is to have established such a level of technological prowess that the German Empire has at least sent a man-made object into orbit. In the meantime, there will always be people to conquer and land to settle. However, they will pose no threat to our forces, who will sweep through the jungles of the Amazon, the plains of North America, the savannas of Africa, and the islands of Australasia. We will conquer far and wide, and establish a living space for our people. What can these Stone Age savages do against a modern army? It is the dawn of a new era, my love, and it would not have been possible without your efforts. When I come back from this war, I will give you everything you deserve and more for assisting me in accomplishing my life's dream. Whatever you want, so long as it is in my power, I will give it to you. However, until then, continue your efforts and help me win this war as you have done with all others." Linda was excited when she heard this news.
It seemed Berenger was truly no longer angry with her. The truth was, she already had everything she could ever want. However, if there was one thing she desired, it was for the man to take a break from his work now and then and spend more time with their family. Although Berenger had begun taking weekends off to spend with his family, it was still not as much as Linda desired. He left most of the parenting of their children up to her, and she wanted him to be more involved in their lives. She decided that once this war was over, she would ask him to take more time off from work. After all, no one would blame the man if he worked only 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, for the rest of his life. After everything Berenger had accomplished, he had earned it. With this in mind, she nodded, hugged Berenger, and sent him off to make the public declaration of war against the Catholic Church. "I love you. Please come back in one piece. I couldn't bear to live without you." Berenger smiled as he kissed the woman on the lips before responding to her concerns. "I'll be fine. I learned my lesson about recklessly charging into battle a long time ago. However, since you've asked so nicely, I swear that I will return to you alive and well. Farewell for now, my love." After saying this, Berenger stepped out onto the balcony of his war room, where an army of men were gathered in the streets below. They were dressed in uniforms resembling those used by the German army in the later days of World War I. The men all saluted as Berenger stepped onto the balcony and began to chant their war cries. "Hail victory! Hail victory! Hail victory!" Berenger immediately raised one hand to silence the men. After the courtyard and surrounding streets fell silent, he began his speech. "As many of you know, for some time now, I have had a conflict with the Catholic Church. Since the days when I was but the son of a lowly baron, the papacy has conspired to remove me from power and claim my life. They worked alongside my brother, Lambert, in these endeavors, and in doing so, thoroughly provoked my wrath. It is no secret that at every turn, they have tried to foil my ambitions, and at every opportunity, I have bested them. This crusade against the Byzantine and Timurid empires has ended in failure on our allies' part. In doing so, Emperor Vitranis Palaiologos, my father-in-law, has betrayed me. Previously, it was agreed upon that I would cancel the debt the Byzantine crown owed me in exchange for ownership of the lands that, through the efforts of the German people, now exist as the Kaiser's Pass and the surrounding regions. However, like your typical Roman, Vitranis has betrayed me and sold those lands to the papacy in exchange for peace. Pope Julius now demands that I withdraw my forces from the lands that I rightfully own. Lands that countless hours of German sweat and toil have built into a prosperous trade route. For the sake of the workers and their years of labor, for the sake of German prosperity, I hereby reject the Pope and all Catholic claims on my lands. If you want them, come and take them, but I assure you and your ilk will be met with the might of German steel. As Kaiser of the German Empire, I hereby declare war on the Catholic Church and all nations that support their claims over the Kaiser's Pass. If it is war that you want, you shall have it. And I will fight this war as I always have until the very last. We, the German people, will fight you until the very foundations of your rotten church are dismantled, and your authority over Europe is forever diminished. Go forth, my armies, and destroy the enemies of the Reich." With this said, the crowd once more erupted into battle cries. Germany officially began its war with the Catholic Church. A war that would determine the future of Europe. Whether the continent would become a tributary of the Church or the Reich would ultimately be decided in this conflict. While Berenger had declared war on the Catholic world, Itami was busy pursuing her grand ambitions to invade Korea. Through extensive efforts, her warships began production, and her transport ships started emerging from the shipyards. After some conscription efforts, she now had a field army of 50,000 men armed with her latest weapons, and a reserve of 25,000 men to maintain order on the Japanese mainland in her absence. Over the past few months, she developed not only single-shot bolt-action rifles, revolvers, and breech-loading artillery but also Gatling guns for her army. Ultimately, she decided to shelve the later Taisho-era uniforms she had previously employed and shift to Meiji-style uniforms instead. She personally preferred the elaborate attire worn by Meiji-era generals. She also stopped manufacturing her hydrospring recoil-operated artillery, based on the Type 38-75mm field gun, as it was too complicated for her manufacturing capabilities to produce in large numbers.
Instead, she transitioned to an earlier artillery design modeled after the British Armstrong gun. At the moment, her armies were equivalent to the early Meiji-era forces employed by the Japanese Empire in her past life. This massive military buildup was all in the name of seizing control over the Korean peninsula. However, she was not yet ready. Her navy still needed to be completed before she could launch an invasion into Joseon territory, and she needed to conscript more troops. Although the enemy was severely outmatched by her army's capabilities, she desired an army of at least 100,000 men to march on the southern shores of Korea and conquer it northward to the borders of the Ming. Thus, she could only sigh as she planned the invasion of Korea on her map. The door to her room opened to reveal General Shiba Kayahiko, Itami Ryo's most trusted advisor. The man looked slightly dejected as he sighed heavily before explaining the reason for his visit to the young empress in her war room.
Itami-sama, the Ming dynasty has sent a delegation.
They wish to further discuss your plans to invade the Korean peninsula.
They are waiting for you in the dining hall. Won't you please come down and speak to them? Itami grunted in displeasure upon hearing this. The last thing she needed was to entertain more guests. She quickly dismissed these uninvited strangers who had dared to enter her palace without notice. Tell them to leave and come back after they have given proper notice. I am an empress, not a prostitute. They can't just drop by and expect me to entertain them for an evening. Shiba's face showed an awkward expression when he heard this.
He felt compelled to clarify the prestige of the particular guest who was patiently waiting for the empress's arrival.
Itami-sama, the Ming delegation is led by an imperial prince.
Upon hearing these words, Itami immediately changed her mind and sighed heavily before giving the general his orders. Tell him to give me 15 minutes to prepare. I doubt the Chinese would approve of me dressed in men's clothes. Shiba instantly bowed to Itami before responding to her orders.
I will relay your message.
After saying that, the general left, leaving Itami in a state of dejection. She was currently dressed in her imperial regalia, which was essentially a military uniform adorned with her medals and honors. However, she had 15 minutes to make herself look presentable for her guest, not because she cared about his opinion, but because she knew men were easier to manipulate when they were fawning over a pretty girl. Thus, she quickly dressed in an outfit she had prepared for this specific occasion. It was a white and red silk hanfu, in a style that would have been worn during the Tang dynasty. Why did she prepare a Chinese dress from ancient history? For two reasons. First, despite being Japanese, she had to admit that the hanfu, especially from that period, was more beautiful than the kimono. Second, it was to show her support for Chinese history and culture, so the delegates would view her more favorably. After dressing in the lavish attire, she styled her hair into Chinese buns. Despite the hairstyle, her long white hair flowed elegantly down her back like a river of snow. Having finished her hair, Itami spent the remaining time on her makeup, applying just enough to highlight her natural beauty. Before walking down the stairs, she took one final look at herself in the mirror and forced a smile on her cherry-red lips as she descended the staircase toward the dining hall. The Ming prince was in the middle of a conversation with General Shiba Kayahiko about the legends of Itami's rise to power when she entered the room. I hear your empress is an impressive warrior. Interestingly, I myself have ample experience in the field. I can't wait to meet her. Shiba was about to reply when he caught sight of Itami descending the stairs. She was more beautiful than he had ever seen her before. Normally, she did not put in such effort for her appearance, often wearing male clothing. However, the busty albino's beauty was on full display as she entered the room with an ice-cold expression on her face. The Ming prince noticed that Shiba was acting strange and immediately turned around to witness the sight of the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. Though he was already married, he had no greater desire at that moment than to make the Empress of Japan his concubine. His goals had shifted from informing her that his father had agreed to her request to manipulating Itami into becoming his woman. He wore a handsome smile as he approached her. Itami took one look at the man and immediately thought a single phrase, another useless pretty boy. While the Ming prince was extremely handsome, his beauty was in a way that Itami found unappealing. His skin was extremely fair and smooth as silk, and his facial features were soft and round. Though he was fit, he was exceptionally lean. One might say the man embodied the Chinese ideal of male beauty, but to Itami, who was accustomed to tall and handsome Caucasian men from her past life, he fell short of her personal ideal.
In Itami's mind, someone like Berenger would be her ideal.
A man who was tall and muscular, but not overly so, with fair skin tinged with a hint of pink. Preferably with natural blonde or red hair and blue or green eyes. He would also have a high, narrow face with a sturdy chin, and a straight, narrow nose. Thus, it came as a surprise to the Ming prince when Itami reacted without the slightest bit of attraction in her eyes. Instead, she greeted him as if he were just another guest.
"Welcome, Prince of the Ming.
I hope your stay in Heiankyo has been welcoming. Please, sit, drink, and enjoy the fruits of my land." Itami sat down at the table before he could even respond. She quickly ordered one of the servant girls to fetch her a bottle of sake and waited patiently. The Ming prince quickly sat down across from her, forcing a smile. This was the first time a woman had not fawned over him in his entire life, and he was not pleased about it. Still, this was a diplomatic visit, so he introduced himself properly. "I am Prince Xu Li. It is my greatest pleasure to meet the war goddess of Japan. I have heard of your exploits, and I must say that I am thoroughly impressed that a woman such as yourself is capable of such feats on the battlefield."
Itami did not break her stoic expression as she heard this.
Though she wanted to scoff at the man's remark, she refrained for the sake of diplomatic negotiations. Instead, she looked him dead in the eye and questioned his military record. "I'm sorry, Prince Xu, but I have not heard of your military exploits.
Please enlighten me with your knowledge of war." This remark slightly stunned the man's ego.
He had expected Itami to crack under the pressure of his discerning gaze, but it appeared as if she could not care less that he doubted the rumors of her combat prowess. Instead, she called him out on his own service record, which was not as great as he had previously boasted to the Japanese general. In truth, he was the third prince of the Ming dynasty, and his eldest brother was the most capable in terms of martial prowess and battlefield command. Xu Li had seldom set foot on a battlefield, and when he did, it was so far back in the rear of his army that he never needed to unsheath his sword. Despite this, he decided to woo her with tales of his gallantry and claimed his brother's achievements as his own. "I'll have you know I am an accomplished battlefield commander. It was I who led my father's cavalry to defeat the Yeren, pushing them beyond the Liao River Valley. My father, the emperor, even commended me for it." When Itami heard this, she narrowed her blood-red eyes into a soul-piercing gaze as she closely examined the prince before responding to his remarks in a casual manner. "That's funny, because I heard it was a man named Zhu Ji who drove the Yeren north of the Liao River Valley.
But I guess my information must be incorrect. I mean, you wouldn't lie to me during a diplomatic visit, would you, Prince Zhu?" This remark immediately filled Xu Li with embarrassment.
He could not believe that this woman had been playing with him the whole time. If she knew of his brother's exploits, then she most likely also knew that he himself had done very little on the field of battle. The imperial prince wanted more than anything to backhand Itami across the face for this insult, but he noticed the guards were eyeing him fiercely. He clenched his fist in rage, swearing in his heart that by the end of the night, he would have Itami on her knees, stripped naked, and begging him for forgiveness. As for Itami, she wore a smug smile as the servers brought the food to the table. It seemed she was in for another long night of negotiations with an entitled jackass. She would have vastly preferred a visit from a man of Zhu Ji's caliber. After all, they could share war stories over a few drinks, something she would vastly prefer over her current visitor. As for the negotiations with this entitled prince, they had only just begun. Word came over the telegraph that a war had been declared against the Catholic world.
The time to end the papacy's stranglehold over Europe had finally come.
The officer in charge of the forces in the Sinai Peninsula was Field Marshal Heinrich von Graz, whose 50,000 Reichsguard acted as the main defensive force in the region.
On his orders, the defenses constructed to secure the Kaiser's pass were rapidly expanded in anticipation of an enemy invasion.
Large trench lines, each containing 25,000 men, were set up on both sides of the canal, between reinforced concrete bunkers housing the artillery guns. A no-man's land was established with barbed wire and landmines, making any attempt to storm the trenches a suicide mission. Large bridges were already constructed over the Kaiser's pass to allow transport trucks to cross, even though such vehicles were still in the development phase. This meant that soldiers on either side of the canal could rapidly cross over and reinforce the other when necessary. While the Crusader kingdom may have officially gained control over Egypt, the Timurid army was still in the region. If they wanted to press forward into the Kaiser's pass, they would first need to defeat the Sultan and his army. Consequently, Heir coordinated with Colonel Arnwald Gerwig, confirming that the most likely region of attack would come from Syria-Palestine, where the bulk of the Crusader army was still present. Although many of them had begun to set sail for the shores of Hungary and Italy, it would take a long time for all of them to do so. After all, nearly 1 million men had embarked on the crusade to the Holy Land. The Catholic world had gone all out in their attempts to conquer the region, emptying their fields to do so. However, this did not mean that every soldier would be heading back to Europe. A combined army of roughly 100,000 men, consisting of soldiers from the English army and the Order of the Red Dragon, was under the command of King Lawrence Lancaster. They were tasked with taking the canal. Because of this, his army was marching toward the German position. Heir gazed through his binoculars and spotted the enemy, who had reached roughly 16 kilometers away in the distance. This meant they were within firing range of the German Reichsguard's heaviest guns, which had been painstakingly moved from the Iberian theater to the Sinai Peninsula over the past few weeks. With a sadistic grin, Heir gave the order to welcome the English and Welsh invaders, revealing the true extent of Germany's firepower. Open fire with the 10-centimeter guns. I want to give these bastards a hell of a welcome. The artillery crews saluted the field marshal before loading the 105 by 504 mmR high-explosive shells into their guns. Once the shells were loaded, they adjusted the aim of the artillery toward the enemy army and fired. A crack of thunder echoed in the air above the English army's position. At first, King Lawrence thought it might be the beginning of a rainstorm. After all, they were so far from the German canal that they could barely see it on the horizon. He called out to his troops immediately upon hearing the sound. "Ha ha! Look at that, God is showing his wrath to those filthy Gurdash." Before he could finish, explosions detonated among the ranks of the English army. Although the number of 10 cm K-25 guns the Germans had at their disposal was limited, it was enough to claim the lives of hundreds of enemy soldiers with a single barrage. Blood and guts splattered across King Lawrence's face as he stared into the distance with a panicked expression. How was this even possible? The enemy was nearly 10 miles away, yet they had attacked from such a distance. He could only stammer in disbelief as artillery continued to pound his position. Demons! Ultimately, it was the Grand Master of the Order of the Red Dragon who gave the order to charge through the explosive fire and attack the enemy position. We have no choice. We must charge the enemy. If God is with us, we will prevail. If not, I will see you all in heaven. After saying this, the Grand Master charged forward with his retinue of knights, inspiring the rest of the army to follow. Only Lawrence sat back, petrified with fear. He watched his army rush forward as fast as they could, but no matter how far they ran, the distance was too great, and the number of shells that dropped on them continued to batter their ranks. By the time his army reached the enemy's position, its numbers would be reduced from 100,000 men to 25,000. Heir gazed into the distance through his binoculars, witnessing the spectacular sight of explosions battering the Crusader army. With each barrage, hundreds of men were turned into meat paste, and yet they still charged forward. Eventually, their momentum slowed as the heavily armored men grew tired and struggled to march through the artillery fire. Though their hearts and minds were filled with zeal, their bodies could not handle the excessive exertion. Once the enemy passed the 12-kilometer mark, the 7.5 cm FK-25 guns among Heimerich's forces opened fire, unleashing even more artillery upon the enemy ranks. Through the binoculars, he saw the heavily armored knights blasted to bits by fiery explosions. The blood-curdling screams mixed with the zealous war cries and the thunder of artillery formed a symphony of war. Still, despite their losses, the enemy continued to march forward. Their willingness to die for the canal was admirable in Heimerich's eyes, and because of that, he did not unleash the few chemical weapons he had. Instead, he gave these men a chance to die with glory. Eventually, a lake of blood and entrails was left on the pathway to the canal. By the time the Crusader army reached the range of the German defenders' machine guns, 3/4 of it had been thoroughly wiped out. Heir immediately ordered the heavy machine guns to open fire on the enemy's position.
Give them hell!
The enemy was now 4 kilometers away, and despite the distance making accurate aiming difficult, it was no problem for the MG-25s. They loaded 7.92 by 57 mm belts into their guns and fired randomly in the general direction of the Crusader army. Berenger had often referred to this gun as the Devil's Paintbrush, a nickname given to the weapon in his past life.
Now, Heir understood why.
Through a combination of artillery and machine gun fire, the remaining 15,000 men were cut down before they could even step foot in no man's land, painting the desert landscape of the Sinai Peninsula red. While Lawrence had stayed behind and fled in fear, the Grand Master of the Order of the Red Dragon continued to march forward, despite the weary state of his steed. As a man who had tried to understand and replicate German firearms for years, he was truly astounded and terrified by how much he had underestimated the German army. He gazed in horror as the English and Welsh forces were ruthlessly slaughtered around him. The continuous echoes of machine gun fire erupted in the air, and the men in his ranks, now drudging through the sand, fell lifeless after being hit by the enemy's spray and pray. The English and Welsh knights who had survived until this point screamed in terror as their horses were struck by stray bullets, and their armor was shredded. It was as if the plate armor they wore was made of wet tissue paper, as the bullets went right through it and out the other side. Multiple bullet holes found their way through every man's body, and more men fell to the ground, dead on the spot, or, if they were unlucky, bleeding out slowly. It was a massacre the Grandmaster had never seen, and his army had not even gotten close to the enemy's position. He cursed the Pope's name out loud as he witnessed his men blasted and shredded apart by artillery and machine gun fire alike.
Julius, you crazy bastard! What have you done?
You have condemned us all to the depths of hell.
What kind of devil have you provoked?
Immediately after saying this, a stray bullet penetrated the Grandmaster's forehead and killed him on the spot. His lifeless body slumped off the side of his horse and fell into a pile of bodies that would serve as fertilizer for the sands of the Sinai Peninsula.
The Germans continued to open fire until not a single enemy soldier was left standing.
Only after tens of thousands of rounds and thousands of artillery shells were fired did the Germans cease their fire. Gazing in awe at how easily an enemy army of 100,000 men had been wiped out, Heir shook his head in disappointment and voiced his complaints aloud. His Majesty never should have sent so many of my men to this desolate region.
In a single battle, I have eliminated the enemy completely. I can only imagine the senseless slaughter occurring on the borders of the Empire right now. Or perhaps this was his intention all along?
With this, 1/10 of the Crusader army was wiped out before they could even return to Europe.
King Lawrence vanished without a trace.
No one knew where he ended up or what he did for the remainder of his life. They assumed he was killed in action with the rest of his army, as too many of their bodies were unrecognizable. In reality, the King of England was so terrified by what he had witnessed that he abandoned his crown and fled to the Arabian Peninsula, where he married a Bedouin woman and assimilated into their tribe.
No one in the West would ever hear from him again. Itami sat at the table, munching on a piece of takoyaki.
She held a bottle of sake in one hand and chopsticks in the other. The Ming prince noticed that the woman seemed to enjoy drinking, and, seizing this opportunity, he encouraged her to drink more, hoping she would get drunk and make it easy for him to take advantage of her. However, Itami was a rare breed, much like Berenger, capable of drinking excessive quantities of alcohol without ever getting drunk. As they drank, it was the prince, Julie, who ended up intoxicated. His cheeks flushed, he gulped down more sake, while eating from a bowl of ramen and a plate of takoyaki. His gaze, filled with lust, became increasingly noticeable as he stared at the cleavage shown through Itami's Tang-style hanfu.
Itami noticed this and commented, "I can see you staring at my chest.
I hate to break it to you, but I have made a vow to the gods that I will only give my body to the man who can best me on the field of battle. Better men than you have tried, and they now lie dead, each and every one of them." It took a moment for the man to understand what Itami had said, but when he did, he was immediately offended. The prince stood up, nearly knocking over his drink, and gazed down upon Itami with an air of superiority. Unknowingly, he played right into Itami's hands.
you think you are so much better than me? I am a prince of the mighty Ming dynasty.
My family's power is so great that even you must pay tribute to my father to gain his permission to invade one of our tributaries." Itami did not let the insult affect her. Technically, what the man said was true, but not because she could not defeat the Ming in a war. With her population, she could never muster the forces required to hold the Ming dynasty's territory.
It was simply too much trouble for her to consider.
Thus, she responded with a genuine question.
"And what was your father's response?"
The intoxicated prince did not realize that Itami was coaxing him into revealing the answer she had sought from the beginning of their conversation. He held this information close so he could manipulate her into sleeping with him. As a result, he acted high and mighty, as if bestowing Itami with the greatest gift in the world.
"My father thanks you for your tribute and rewards you by granting you the privilege of invading Joseon." Itami smiled and nodded when she heard this, then dismissed the prince entirely.
"Good, then it appears our business is concluded, and I must bid you farewell.
I shall permit you to stay in one of the many inns within the city.
However, given your openly lecherous gaze, I cannot, in good conscience, allow you to stay under my roof.
Who knows what you might try in your intoxicated state?"
It took a moment for the prince to realize what he had done and what Itami's words meant.
When he finally understood, he was enraged, going so far as to raise his hand against Itami.
Fortunately, before a major international incident could occur, one of the other diplomats seated at the table grabbed the prince's hand and led him away, bidding Itami farewell.
"We thank the Honorable Empress for her hospitality. I believe your words are wise and true.
Our prince has shamelessly drunk too much of this wonderful sake, and it would be best for everyone if we stayed at an inn." The prince glared daggers at the diplomat, but the man did not yield, instead giving a stern gaze back to the young man. It was clear from the diplomat's look who was actually in charge of the delegation. After saying that, the delegation bowed before Itami and walked out of her palace. After the prince was gone, Itami sighed heavily and gazed off into the distance, thinking about the vow she had made when she was young. A year after Itami reincarnated into this world, she was faced with a troublesome situation. She had gained wealth and power for her clan, and in response, the Ashikaga shogunate sent a representative to claim her family's land. In truth, the man in charge of this army looked at Itami and tried to force himself upon her. She killed him with his own tanto before he could get the chance. The result was a battle with the Ashikaga forces that claimed her father's life. Despite this setback, Itami rallied her clan's forces and, with the power of the arquebus, annihilated the shogun's army. While on the battlefield, covered in the blood of her enemies, she made a solemn vow to the gods that she would only allow the man who could best her on the field of battle to claim her virtue. Since then, she had never lost a battle and killed all of her pursuers in combat. She lamented the fact that she was 20 years old and still single. Itami sighed heavily once more, took another drink, and muttered something under her breath in an alien language that her followers could not understand. "It is starting to look like I will remain a virgin until the day I die, just like in my past life." Just like before, Itami had high standards and was not afraid to stay single until she found the right man. She had been prepared to give herself to Julian, but he was as dense as a neutron star and never noticed her feelings before he died in Afghanistan. It took AI some time to get over the loss of her first love, but eventually, her family pressured her to move on. She ended up getting romantically involved with a high-ranking officer in the army. However, the relationship lasted only a few weeks before rumors spread, and a stalker, out of jealousy, killed her in cold blood. The irony was that she had not even slept with her boyfriend before she was murdered. Though the man had pressured her, she stubbornly refused until he could prove that he was a reliable partner who would not cheat on her. She did not know what happened in that world after her death, but the way global affairs were going, it didn't look good. She supposed she was better off reincarnating in a world where she could make genuine change rather than living as another cog in the machine. While Itami was lost in these thoughts, General Shiba approached her and informed her of the Ming delegates' arrival at the inn.
"Itami-sama. The Ming delegates have arrived at the inn.
We have guards posted to ensure the imperial prince doesn't act up. What are your orders?" Itami scoffed at this and swallowed the rest of the bottle. Afterward, she handed it to Shiba, a silent order for him to dispose of it. Once he had obediently done so, Itami responded with a stoic expression. "If that idiot dares to approach the royal palace at night, shoot him." General Shiba sighed when he heard this, then nodded.
"As you wish, Itami-sama." Just as the man was about to leave, Itami remembered something important and quickly grabbed his wrist. "Shiba-kun, have you heard more about that strange power in the West producing advanced weapons?" Shiba froze, recognizing Itami's intense interest in the topic.
She had sent many agents to India, specifically to the lnventing Empire, to gather information about this foreign power. Though the agents had not been able to confirm their findings, Shiba had received some news. Hesitant to inform the young empress without verification, he now felt compelled to share what he knew. "I've only heard unconfirmed rumors," Itami said, a bright smile spreading across her face. She nodded excitedly.
"That's fine, just tell me what you've heard."
Shiba sighed, unable to resist her charming demeanor and eager expression. "They say a large and powerful empire in the far west manufactures the weapons. This empire is called Germany, or more commonly, the Reich."
Itami frowned, curious, and immediately asked for clarification. "Germany? Is this Western Empire officially known as the Holy Roman Empire?"
Shiba looked at Itami in confusion, not knowing what the Holy Roman Empire was or where she had heard of it. He quickly shook his head and corrected her.
"No, not at all.
Supposedly, it is officially known as the German Empire and is ruled by a man named Berenger von Kufstein. He is said to be the man responsible for uniting the German Empire and the person behind the development of such weapons. Apparently, he was born the son of a minor nobleman and rose through the ranks by emerging victorious in a series of military campaigns. They say he has never lost a single battle. Another unconfirmed rumor is that he is taken in the exiled emperor of lnventing and his little sister. Apparently, he is protecting them from their uncle, who is the current self-proclaimed emperor of the lnventing Empire. If this is true, then perhaps the Kaiser has ambitions in India." It shocked Itami to hear all of this. Not only was the name Berenger von Kufstein completely unfamiliar to her, but so was the house he hailed from. She did not know where Kufstein was, but from her extensive conversations with Julian in her past life about German history, she could surmise that it was a location where this emperor's family originated. The rise of a German empire so early in history, and the fact that a minor nobleman with such advanced weapons unified it, could only mean that this Berenger von Kufstein was another reincarnator. This information, if true, confirmed her suspicions about Germany being a major player in this world. Though she didn't know the exact level of the Reich's military capabilities or the extent of the empire, she feared that, given enough time, the two civilizations would inevitably clash. If that were true, then she needed to be prepared for when the time came. After hearing this, a grim expression formed on Itami's pretty face, and she quickly thanked Shiba for the information he had provided her.
"Thank you, Shiba-kun.
I need some time to reflect on this news.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a bath. In the meantime, I want you to continue digging up any information you can on the German Empire and its Kaiser. The next time you receive information on this topic, report it to me right away, even if you can't verify it."
After saying this, Itami walked off and headed toward her personal hot springs. She didn't wait for a response from her general, as the existence of this German emperor deeply troubled her. If this man was really like her, she needed to be prepared for the war that was to come. After all, she shared the same mindset as Berenger: there can only be one reincarnator in this world. The existence of another was a threat to her own. Thus, as she stepped into the hot springs, Itami debated internally about the best strategy to combat this external threat. Vasily Georgi stood at the head of his army. By Hungarian law, he was technically considered a nobleman of higher standing within the kingdom, though it was difficult to define his actual place in the hierarchy. The Hungarians did not have a complex system of hereditary titles, unlike Western Europe, at least not at this point in time. However, in terms of wealth and power, Georgi was akin to a Grand Duke, practically a monarch in his own right, and distantly related to the royal family. This is why the Hungarian monarch had tasked him to lead one of the 5 armies sent to war against the Byzantine Empire. Unfortunately, the campaign through the Dinaric Alps resulted in a stalemate, where the Byzantine forces under Strategos Palladius Angelus had entrenched their position and halted all Hungarian advances. In truth, Georgi was disappointed in how little he contributed to the war effort. However, just as the crusade for the Holy Land ended, Berenger the Accursed declared war on the Catholic world, giving Georgi a chance to redeem himself. He had been away from home for too long to know that his son Victor had sent his only surviving daughter to Kufstein. Unaware that his daughter was in the heart of his enemy's empire, Georgi had every desire to set the Reich ablaze. The King of Hungary had spared no expense, drafting all the peasants he could manage into the army and equipping them with black powder weapons and the best armor money could buy. Although the peasants of this army had limited training in the use of their weapons and battlefield tactics, they were now battle-hardened veterans from their conflict with the Byzantines. Because of this, Georgi believed that his army of 100,000 men would smash through the German borders. After all, this was just one of 5 armies of such size, and the others would be assaulting different sectors of the enemy's defenses simultaneously. The German border guard was sparsely spread throughout the entire fatherland. However, Berenger had deployed a significant number of German soldiers from the army to reinforce the eastern defenses. After days of scouting the German lines, Georgi found the perfect location to strike. At a particular section of the German border, there was roughly a brigade of soldiers stationed in its defense, and he believed that with his overwhelming numbers, he could charge through the gap and enter the fatherland. He prayed that the other 4 armies found locations similar to this. What he did not realize was that Palladius was in pursuit of his army, and the German National Railway was now complete, allowing German soldiers to deploy rapidly from other sections of the border. Thus, after setting his sights on the German border in the distance, Georgi gave the order to march in its direction. Forward march! Unbeknownst to Georgi, the moment his army appeared near the border, a group of Jaegers hiding in nearby brush spotted their location and swiftly reported back to the nearest command with the Hungarian army's coordinates. How did they do this? Berenger had ensured that every Jaeger team was issued a portable radio telegraph, which could be used by a trained individual to relay information back to the main forces. After reporting the coordinates of the Hungarian army to the section of the border they would soon attack, the Jaeger team absconded from the scene, allowing the artillery strike they had called in to take place. This also acted as a warning, permitting the colonel in charge of this section of the border to call for reinforcements. With the crackling thunder of artillery fire, the horses the Hungarian cavalry were mounted upon became spooked. They trotted back and forth, bucking wildly in an attempt to throw their riders off. However, it only took a moment for the explosive blasts to disrupt the Hungarian army. Georgi could hardly believe that his troops were being attacked. They were in the middle of a mountain ravine, more than 6 kilometers away from the enemy defenses. How did they manage to attack him? Since his cavalry could no longer ride their horses, he issued an order he never thought he would have to give in his life. Dismount and charge on foot. God wills it. After saying this, Georgi charged forward on horseback toward the enemy border. His army thought the man was insane, but when they halted, another nobleman called out to them, challenging them to face their fears. What are you, a bunch of women? They can't kill all of us. Let's move. This challenge to their manhood caused the men to suicidally charge through the artillery fire, resulting in thousands being blasted into bits. However, they were right about one thing: the artillery on this section of the border was not enough to kill them all. Unfortunately, artillery was not their only concern. The moment the Hungarian army crossed into the 1,000-meter depth of no man's land, Gatling guns opened fire. Miraculously, Georgi remained unharmed, despite the men behind him soaking up bullets like a sponge. He continued to charge forward toward the German trenches, his eyes filled with great hope. Despite the losses, he and his men could still overwhelm the border defenses, or so he thought. However, the moment he stepped into no man's land, he activated a landmine. Before he could even realize what had happened, the mine bounced into the air and exploded, sending thousands of ball bearings in all directions and blowing the Hungarian nobleman apart. The projectiles practically sawed the man's midsection in half as he died on the spot. When the German defenders saw this, they screamed in laughter and hollered taunts at the Hungarian army, who had foolishly rushed headfirst into a minefield. Now that the enemy had entered their trap, the Germans began to unleash fire from rifles and Gatling guns, cutting down those unfortunate enough to get in their sights. The death of the Hungarian commander came as a shock to the other members of his army, but they did not know what had killed him. They expected it to be another artillery strike, so they boldly rushed forward into the minefield, where every other step claimed the life of a poor unfortunate soul by the terror buried beneath the surface. The number of landmines the German Empire manufactured over the past few years for the sake of border security is unknown, but on the Eastern Front alone, it was expected to be in the millions. After all, they were relatively simple devices to manufacture, and German industrial output was massive. Before the Hungarian army could even reach the trenches, they were being blown apart left and right. If that wasn't bad enough, artillery continued to pound those in the rear, while Gatling guns and single-shot bolt-action rifles sprayed bullets at them in an overwhelming fog of lead. It did not take long before the men of the Hungarian army were too afraid to continue their advance. But they were well within the range of artillery, and thus they were left with only one choice: press forward. However, was such a thing so easy? The infantry soon found themselves struggling to navigate the labyrinth of barbed wire that had been erected across no man's land. To make matters worse, the Germans designed the barbed wire defenses to guide the enemy army into areas where landmines lay. It was a complete and total massacre. The Germans continued to cheer as they ruthlessly fired upon the Hungarian infantry, who exploded every few steps. The sight of their comrades being blown to pieces had a significant impact on the minds of those gathered for the assault. One soldier, too petrified to move forward, knelt down and prayed to God for his safety. However, before he could finish the sign of the cross, a bullet struck his bassinet, splattering his brains everywhere. Eventually, the Hungarian army lost their resolve to continue the fight and retreated, but by then, 3/4 of their army had been wiped out, and they were still trapped in the minefield. The moment they realized that running backward would result in the same outcome as charging forward, hundreds of men simply lay down and accepted their fate, not daring to move a muscle for fear of exploding. The sheer hopelessness of no man's land defeated the army before they could even reach the trenches. As for the Germans, they never grew tired of firing their weapons and continued to open fire on the enemy until no man's land was nothing but a sea of corpses. The 5,000 men defending this section of the border did not even need the reinforcements they had called for, as the vast ocean of landmines had done their work. This would be a common sight in the German Catholic War. There was a reason Berenger was so ruthless with his border security. It was not to keep refugees and illegal immigrants out, but entire armies. Who would dare to walk through the no man's land that surrounded the fatherland? Only a fool or a madman would make such a desperate gamble. The death of Vasily Georgi, along with a fifth of the Hungarian army, had dire consequences on the Eastern Front. However, perhaps the most significant development from this immense loss of life was that the young girl, Vasily Noemi, had lost her father in this suicidal charge. When news of her father's death reached Noemi, she violated Lindel's orders and approached Hans for comfort. After all, she needed her precious little brother to help her through her grief. Itami sat within the confines of her personal quarters, wearing nothing but a silk robe. Her snow-white hair glistened with water. For the 5th time in the past 48 hours, she had just emerged from her personal hot spring. She was fortunate to have such a luxury, as it helped her cope with the stress she was currently facing. After discovering that there was another reincarnator in the West named Berenger von Kufstein, and that his empire was possibly as advanced as her own, Itami had been plagued with migraines, a common symptom when she was particularly stressed. She did not know who this Berenger von Kufstein was, what his personality was like, or the extent of his ambitions. However, she could already guess that if the Reich was as advanced as her empire, it posed a significant threat not only to her rule but to her very existence. With such a powerful state on the other side of the world that could challenge her, she now had to accelerate her plans to invade Korea, Hokkaido, and the Ryukyu Kingdom. Germany had ample supplies of iron, something she was severely lacking. This meant they likely already had ironclad vessels, which she could not afford to construct at the moment. More importantly, Itami needed a proxy, someone she could empower to cause problems for this Kaiser's ambitions in the East. It was clear that he would sooner or later become involved in India, at least if the rumors were true. She doubted that this man was kind-hearted enough to protect an exiled emperor and his sister without having some ulterior motive. Thus, Itami concluded that Berenger intended to overthrow the self-proclaimed Emperor Chundratamara and replace him with a puppet in the Anangpur Empire. Most likely, the man had plans to install this puppet as emperor of the entire Indian subcontinent. At the very least, that was what she would do if she were in his position. It was actually quite scary how accurately Itami could predict Berenger's exact plans, simply due to how similar their thought processes were. She knew nothing about Berenger or his mindset, but by preparing to fight an enemy as intelligent as she was, she had completely anticipated Berenger's plans for India and thus planned to counter them. The young empress quickly took out a map she had drawn, which included her approximation of the German Empire and how she perceived it would look.
Essentially, she drew an empire that was World War I Germany with the inclusion of World War I Austria. After all, Itami knew that some of their weapons were being manufactured in the city of Innsbruck, an Austrian city. While this wasn't entirely accurate, as Berenger's empire also controlled the Baltic states, part of the Lowlands, and Bohemia, it was enough to give her an idea of the natural resources the Reich had at the moment. As Itami was in the middle of editing her map, a knock resounded on her door, followed by the Minister of Trade's voice.
"Itami-sama, I have important news to bring you from trade with the Anangpur Empire."
"Won't you open the door?"
Upon hearing about an area of particular interest to her, Itami rushed to the door and opened it, gazing upon the old man who helped foster trade between Japan and foreign nations. In his hands was a can of corned beef hash, with a painting of the dish on its label. Though it was written in German and she couldn't understand its contents, Itami knew what corned beef hash looked like and immediately grabbed the can, staring at it in disbelief. This can of food was simple proof that not only had the German Empire begun canning food, but it had also been to the New World. Otherwise, where else would they get the potatoes for this dish? Itami stared in disbelief for several moments while the old man told a lengthy story about how his merchants obtained the can.
However, Itami didn't hear any of it.
She only wanted to know if the dish contained potatoes. Thus, she immediately called out for her servants, completely ignoring her Minister of Trade.
When one of her maids arrived, Itami quickly gave her an order. "Bring this to the kitchen and have them cook it for me.
I want to taste this dish as soon as possible." The maid saw the stern look in Itami's blood-red eyes and quickly bowed before heading to the kitchen to prepare the canned meal for the young empress, then brought it to her quarters. While waiting, Itami dismissed the minister. "I thank you for bringing this to my attention, but I need to study this item carefully.
If you will wait until after I have eaten, I will speak with you then."
The old man bowed and agreed to Itami's request before leaving her alone. After a while, another servant brought the corned beef hash to her room, where she gazed at the potatoes in disbelief.
There was no doubt about it.
The dish contained potatoes, and she tasted it to be sure. The familiar taste of potatoes filled her mouth.
Itami was furious.
Though she had plans for the New World, it seemed someone had beaten her to it. If that were the case, she could not underestimate the advantage this other reincarnator had over her.
The New World was a treasure trove of untouched natural resources.
If Berenger von Kufstein had already established colonies there, it was impossible to guess how advanced his empire was. After all, the simple proof of how far ahead Berenger was came from the fact that he had factories capable of mass-producing canned food and was selling them abroad. She could not fathom how vast his food surplus must be by now. This news changed everything. It meant that Berenger's troops had much better rations than hers. Hell, it meant his people were much better fed than hers. This gave Germany's armies a tremendous advantage. As Itami thought about all of this, she felt another migraine creeping up on her. It was clear what she must do. She had to arm the Bengal Empire with sufficient weapons to cause Germany some grief and buy her some time. If the Bengal Empire united India before Berenger's puppet could, he would have a hard time enforcing Daria's claim. However, Itami knew matchlocks would have no effect on German troops, so if she wanted to empower the Bengals, she would need to sell them her current issue weapons. She had no problem with this, as by the time she needed to enforce her influence over India, she would have much better weapons for her troops. Thus, in that moment, Itami decided it would be prudent to visit the Bengal Empire and negotiate an arms deal with the Bengal army. One that would change the political landscape of India forever. However, if she were going to do this, she needed to be discreet.
Itami needed to ensure the weapons could not be traced back to her.
The worst possible scenario would be Germany finding out about her existence and declaring war before she was ready. To avoid this, she decided to manufacture a new line of weapons with a foreign design, using Devanagari script for the markings. After some consideration, Itami chose the 1881 Marlin rifle chambered in 45-70 government. She selected this weapon because she did not know the exact state of the German army's firepower and wanted a repeating rifle for safety. However, since she could only manufacture black powder weapons at the moment, her repeating rifle options were extremely limited. She also planned to rechamber the Gatling guns currently in production to the .45-70 cartridge and sell them to the Bengal army. Additionally, she intended to introduce the 1873 Colt single-action army, chambered in .45 long Colt, as a sidearm. As for the Armstrong guns her army used as artillery, they were a British design, and there was no way they could be traced back to Japan, as long as the markings on these guns were in Devanagari. Thus, Itami spent another sleepless night preparing her countermeasures against Berenger von Kufstein and his German army. When German troops finally entered India, they would be surprised to see the level of firepower at the Bengal army's disposal, or so Itami thought. The reality was that while Itami was investigating the German Empire, she had left behind traces of her existence. After all, trade between India and Japan was not supposed to be extensive during this time period. The more she interfered in the region, the more it would catch the interest of the Reichsqueen Spider, whose agents kept a watchful eye on the Emperor Empire at all times. While Berenger and his army may be at war, the scientists and engineers of the Reich were hard at work within the safety of the fatherland. Their job was to research new technologies and develop new methods to not only wage war but also to advance their civilization. Within the Research and Development Department of the Kufstein Royal Armoury sat a young scientist who specialized in radio communications. For some time now, this young man, known as Richard Banwertz, had been working with his department to improve the radio telegraph that Berenger had invented. This invention was currently employed by the German government and was the primary means of communication within the borders of the Reich. While the radio telegraph was a useful invention and helped relay information across the vast territory of the empire, it had several disadvantages, one of which was the length of time it took to convey information. Recently, Richard helped develop the portable radio telegraph, which was used in limited capacity among Jaegers and JAG commandos. However, this method of communication between units in the field and command HQs had proven troublesome. The lack of instant communication between Jaegers and HQ was becoming a problem, particularly regarding artillery strikes and relaying intelligence. It took some time to type out the necessary information to report an enemy's position, making artillery less effective than it could be. Richard sought to remedy this by devising a way to use verbal communication across radio waves. He had been working on this project along with his friend and fellow researcher in his spare time, and together they leveraged different technologies that were still being researched by other departments. However, after concluding his research on the portable radio telegraph, Richard was now working full-time on this project. Today, the young scientist would finally have a breakthrough in his efforts. To create the two-way radio, Richard first needed to use telephones. Luckily for him, such technology was already being researched and developed by another department, at least in the form of wired communications. Thanks to the way the Reich handled its research and development, all he needed to do was submit a request to that department, along with a detailed reason for needing their research, and they were required to hand it over to him. Berenger had established a system of research and development across his empire that prioritized the collective goals of the Reich over individual intellectual property rights. Because of this, all information was shared freely among scientists employed by the Reich. Theoretically, if Richard could prove a need for information from the chemistry department, he could request access to their classified research, and, if approved, the research would be in his hands within a few days. This is exactly what he did to obtain the current battery technology he used for this project. After much experimentation with radio communications, Richard discovered the VHF-FM spectrum and created a prototype two-way radio, which he was currently testing. This was one of two prototypes, the other was in the hands of another researcher in a different laboratory within the building. A two-way radio uses an FM transmitter, receiver, and antenna. His current prototype was powered by a 5-volt nickel-cadmium battery and operated on the VHF spectrum. After agreeing on a single frequency to communicate, Richard pressed the push-to-talk button he had created and spoke into the microphone on his experimental headset. Testing. Testing.
1, 2, 3. This is Reichardt Banwarts. Can you hear me, Kurt?
For several moments, there was only static on the other end, causing Reichardt to sigh in defeat. However, just as he was about to take off his headset and go back to the drawing board, he heard a familiar voice call out to him.
I hear you loud and clear, Reichardt. Congratulations, your invention is a success.
I don't mean to flatter you too much, but this technology of yours has the potential to change the world. Reichardt could not contain his excitement and immediately jumped out of his chair, pumping his fist in the air. After all his hard work, he finally had a working prototype. After a moment to calm himself, he sat back down and pressed the push-to-talk button once more.
Understood.
I look forward to working with you on perfecting this technology. After saying this, he sat back in his chair and exhaled heavily.
The adrenaline in his veins did not allow his heart to calm.
Instead, he was filled with energy as he thought about all the different practical uses for this technology.
Instant communication among military units was just the beginning.
He knew that the sky was the limit with radio communications. Of course, he did not understand just how many fields this technology could be applied to, but he had a strong desire to find out. After a few moments, his fellow researcher Kurt burst into the room with an excited smile on his face, holding 2 beers in his hands. He handed one to Reichardt and clanked their bottles together before hugging him. When the Kaiser learns of what we have done today, you can bet we are going to be rewarded for our efforts. I can imagine it now, a title of nobility, an order of merit perhaps.
Our names will go down in history for this.
Reichardt was equally excited. This project of his was something he and Kurt had been working on in their spare time until relatively recently. With the budget allocated to research and development, many scientists were allowed to pursue their intellectual curiosities freely. With the sharing of research, many new inventions were popping up left and right. This was something Reichardt was thinking of when he remembered hearing details about another project in the materials science department. After taking a sip from his beer, he quickly spoke to Kurt about what he had heard. I hear the boys in materials science found out how to make a new metal.
It's called aluminum, I think?
Apparently, there's this mineral called bauxite that they found in New Swabia. Our scientists have found a way to process the bauxite into this so-called aluminum, which apparently has many applications. I'm telling you, it's the dawn of a new era, and none of this would have been possible without the Kaiser and his public education system. It's been 10 years, and now there's an entire generation of young minds nurtured in science and mathematics that the Kaiser has provided us with.
It is truly amazing when you think about it.
Kurt smiled when he heard about the materials science exploits, but he leaned in and whispered something to Reichardt, which immediately made the man feel defeated in some way.
Don't tell anyone about this.
After all, it is so classified that I can't even get my hands on the research behind it. But from what I hear, engineering is developing a new flying device, they're calling it an airship. I don't know too many details, but you know how we have just started drilling for oil and natural gas, right? Well, apparently, under the Kaiser's instruction, the boys in engineering have discovered a gas called helium, which they intend to use as the lifting gas for these airships.
Aside from that, I know nothing about the project. Upon hearing this, Reichardt was astonished. He could hardly believe his ears when he heard the word airship. The eternal dream of mankind, to fly in the air, would soon be a reality. The young scientist instantly shook his head, took another sip of his beer, and laughed. This immediately caused Kurt's brow to furrow as he questioned the man's sanity. What's so funny?
Reichardt quickly motioned around him and commented on the state of the Reich.
To think that 10 years ago our families were toiling in the fields with our bare hands, and now we will be sending men into the air? It's unbelievable, isn't it?
I mean, there's literally only one man we can thank for how far we've come in such a short period. As much as people revere the Kaiser, the overwhelming majority of them truly underestimate just how much he has done for us. If not for him, we would all still be a bunch of filthy peasants, breaking our backs in the mud without the slightest inclination about science and mathematics.
Hell, I doubt we would even be able to read and write.
No wonder the papacy and the foreign powers hate him so much. He single-handedly overthrew the balance of power. In a world without the Kaiser, the Pope would still be the most influential person in the West. Now he's nothing but the figurehead of an ancient and dying religion. Upon hearing this, Kurt chuckled, raised his beer in the air for a toast, and said, "To the Kaiser.
Without him, we would be nothing."
Reichardt smiled, repeated the toast, and swallowed the rest of his beer. After a brief celebration, the two men quickly got back to work, where they intended to expand upon their prototypes and create functioning devices for military and civil applications.
Lieutenant Hermann von Habsburg stood within the ranks of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Corps of the Imperial German Army.
The Imperial German Army operated under the modern concept of a brigade combat team, meaning each brigade was capable of supporting itself in any conflict. After all, a unit of roughly 5,000 German soldiers could defeat most enemy forces in this world. A brigade combat team comprised 2 infantry battalions, a cavalry battalion, an artillery battalion, an engineering battalion, and a support battalion. Due to this organized structure, the 1st Corps of the Imperial German Army had dispatched its individual brigades across the lowlands to secure different objectives.
Currently, the 2nd Brigade was passing through a small town on the border of the Duchy of Burgundy.
It had been years since Hermann's father, the infamous Count Lothar, was executed for his treasonous acts. Though he had never forgiven his elder sister Linda for betraying their family, Hermann held no grudge against her husband, the current Kaiser of the German Empire. At first, Hermann despised Berenger and held him responsible for his father's fate, but as the years passed and Innsbruck became a major manufacturing city, the noble house of Habsburg-Innsbruck had risen to heights that Lothar would have never dreamed of. This caused Hermann to view his brother-in-law in a different light.
Linda was the 2nd Empress of the Reich, and Hermann's elder brother Liutbert was a wealthy businessman who had made a fortune presiding over Innsbruck and its massive industrial sector. Although feudalism was a distant memory, Liutbert's direct control of the city had vanished, but the Habsburg name still held monumental influence in the region. As for Hermann himself, he had chosen the path of military service. When the German Cadet Corps was established, he was among the first to join its ranks. Because of this, he was given a head start in military leadership and found himself becoming a commissioned officer without needing to go through the academy. Currently, the young man, not yet 20, was marching through the lowlands on his first military campaign.
At the time, the Duchy of Burgundy held control over a large portion of the lowlands, which were mostly populated by ethnic Germans. Though Hermann had initially expected stiff resistance from the local population, reality was quite different. As he marched through the border town, he was surprised to see that the people were not afraid of him or his fellow soldiers. They did not hide in their homes, waiting for the army to pass, nor did the parents shield their children's eyes in fear that the sight of the enemy might traumatize them. Instead, they gathered in the streets and greeted the German army as if they were liberators, come to save them from their primitive feudal existence.
The townsfolk cheered as the German army continued to march on.
Hermann could hardly believe his eyes.
Weren't these people Catholic? Weren't they supposed to be brainwashed into hating the Reich?
The truth was that, although the people of this region were still officially Catholic, they had long since been influenced by German propaganda efforts. Since the unification of Germany a few years prior, the Kaiser had invested heavily in spreading propaganda into the lowlands. While Berenger approved the propaganda mission, it was Adela's idea, and she worked tirelessly to covertly convert the people of the lowlands to the German Reformation.
The usual methods, such as distributing leaflets, were useless among a population that could neither read nor write.
Thus, agents of the Reich had infiltrated every town and city across the lowlands, spreading word of the German Reformation and what life in the Reich was truly like. By the time Berenger's troops invaded the region, the people were already willing to accept their annexation. The only obstacle to the Kaiser's will were the local lords and their garrisons, who refused to relinquish the wealth and power they possessed. However, there was only so much they could do when faced with the overwhelming will of the people they ruled over. Adding to this, German artillery was so powerful that it could bring down a castle's walls with a single barrage. With the armies of Burgundy still abroad, no one was willing to lift a finger to save the power the Burgundian noble houses still held in the land. A young girl, in her mid-teens, held a basket of flowers in her hand and was now offering them to the German soldiers as they passed. Despite her kindness, not a single soldier had accepted her gift. After all, they were wary of the locals, having heard stories of false gestures leading to the deaths of soldiers in the Iberian theater. The girl grew increasingly dejected as another soldier passed her by without even a glance. When Hermann saw this, he sighed and stepped out of formation, standing in front of the girl with a warm smile on his face. He opened his hand and expressed his gratitude to her. "Did you pick these yourself? They're lovely. Might I have one?" The girl instantly blushed when she saw the handsome young man accept her flower. She nodded her head in silence, still in a daze, and handed Hermann a white flower, which he pinned to his tunic. Hermann thanked the girl for her kindness with a smile on his face. "Thank you, I shall cherish this gift. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to return to formation." Once Hermann had accepted the flower, the other soldiers sighed in relief, knowing it was not a trap. Since an officer had taken the initiative to accept the girl's gift, no one would complain if the rest of them did the same. As a result, every soldier on the far left of the formation received a flower until the girl ran out. This was not an isolated incident. Across the lowlands, people greeted the German occupiers with open arms. Many believed it was only a matter of time before this day came and had been waiting patiently. While the Reich had been rapidly modernized, to the point where even its poorest citizens lived better than the nobility of neighboring realms, the lowlands remained the one area left out of the prosperity. Naturally, the people were aggrieved when they heard about the lives of Germans east of the Rhine. As Hermann's thoughts wandered, the 2nd Brigade came to a stop in the village. Their objective was to force the local lord to surrender and recognize that his lands had been annexed by the German Empire. While Hermann was interacting with the flower girl, the colonel in charge of the 2nd Brigade had sent a messenger to negotiate with the local lord. The feudal lord, acting like a barbarian, reacted to the German demands by beheading the messenger and throwing his head over the walls. The moment German blood was spilled on foreign soil, the gloves came off, and the artillery battalion quickly set up their guns outside the castle walls. Hermann's job was to shoo away the local townsfolk so they would not get caught up in the conflict. He wore a friendly smile as he pushed the townsfolk away. "Return to your homes. Your lord has chosen death rather than submission. This will be over shortly. I promise you that if you return to your homes, this skirmish won't affect you." The townsfolk nodded and accepted this condition. The German soldiers appeared to be treating them cordially, showing genuine concern for the safety of the locals. This kindness was exclusive to ethnic Germans under the Reich. Without incident, the townsfolk took shelter in their homes, though they shivered in fright when the sound of the cannons roared in the air. A single barrage was all that was needed to bring down the gatehouse, allowing the German soldiers to rush through with their bayonets affixed. Hermann had returned to the front lines and was at the head of the charge. He aimed the sights of his G22 rifle at his first target and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A volley of rifle fire pelted the front lines of the defenders who dared to block the path of German vengeance. After the enemy vanguard was annihilated in a single second, the remainder of the garrison cast their primitive weapons aside and allowed the Germans to advance into the castle unhindered. The Burgundian lord's men had given up on him before they could even attack the enemy. Before long, the foolish nobleman was dragged to his home and brought before the colonel, who simply smirked at him as he drew his P25 pistol from its holster and fired a round into the man's skull. There was no place for such foolish nobility in the Reich. With the lord's execution, the German armies were quickly on the march once more. Though this town had been secured for the Reich, there were many others that needed to be annexed. Thus, the 10 brigades of the 1st Corps were constantly on the move, rapidly securing the lowlands and dethroning the Burgundian nobility who reigned over them. Admiral Reitz Bettinger stood on the bow of his ironclad frigate. The rain was pouring heavily upon the Mediterranean Sea, and the German fleet was caught in the midst of a giant storm. However, the young admiral was unconcerned with the weather. He had a single goal in mind. Reitz was among the first members of the Austrian Navy, which over the years had transformed into the Imperial German Navy, also known as the Kriegsmarine. He was considered a protégé by many and had trained under the tutelage of the previous Grand Admiral. While the heavens wept upon the seas, perhaps in an act of grief for what would soon occur, Reitz gazed through his binoculars into the distance, where he saw his target rapidly approaching. The poor souls who would drown in the salty sea on this miserable day were the crusaders aboard the Catholic Armada. Reitz's fleet, composed of merely 10 vessels, lay in wait for days off the coast of Naples, ready to intercept the crusaders who dared to land in southern Italy in an attempt to halt the Kaiser's advance into Rome.
Wright simply stood in the downpour as he patiently watched the enemy ships enter his firing line.
The moment the Catholic armada crossed a distance of 13 kilometers, he gave the command to initiate the attack.
Hard to starboard. With a spin of the wheel, the German fleet rapidly transitioned so that their vessels faced the enemy with their broadside guns.
The next generation of vessels, currently being developed by the German shipyards in Trieste, Malta, and the Baltic, would soon replace this primitive system of mounting guns on ships. However, for now, the broadside method was the best option the Kriegsmarine had available. After swinging the ships to face the enemy, the order to open fire was given. In that moment, 220 cannons fired in unison toward the direction of the Catholic armada. The poor souls on board the Catholic ship could only gaze in horror as the high explosive shells barreled down from the sky. However, their misery did not last long. Once the shells impacted, the explosive force ripped apart the entire vessel, claiming the lives of everyone on board.
Wright gazed through his binoculars and smiled after hearing the detonation. He stood silently, witnessing the fiery blaze of the enemy vessels as it consumed the lives of all who manned them. After the first line of Catholic ships was blasted apart, the remainder split into a loose formation, hoping the Germans would have a harder time hitting them. The ships used by the Germans were hardly modern. They were completely lacking in computers and targeting arrays. Each gun had to be loaded and aimed by a crew, which meant there was a much larger margin of error when the shells were fired toward the enemy. However, was survival so easy?
While many shells missed their mark, the Germans had an overwhelming number of cannons to fire. They could reload each gun and fire again in just 2 seconds. With this barrage of explosive fire, the Catholic ships were picked off one by one, regardless of their loose formation. The shells that missed their targets sank into the Mediterranean and exploded within its depths. The sheer loss of marine life from these attacks was incalculable. However, the Germans did not care and fired as many shells as they could at the enemy vessels, which desperately struggled to get past the German fleet and reach the southern Italian shores. The guns on board the frigates continued to load and fire in a stream of barrages that lit the Mediterranean ablaze, or so it would appear from the shoreline. It quickly engulfed hundreds of vessels in flames and sent them to the depths of the sea. Despite the furious onslaught, the 10 German vessels could only do so much. After all, the enemy ships numbered in the hundreds, and despite the overwhelming amount of rifled breech-loading cannons the Germans possessed, they could not sink every vessel. Thus, a sizable percentage of the ships passed by the German fleet, sighing in relief as they foolishly believed the battle was over. On board the vessel belonging to King Andrzej Jagiellon, the Polish monarch immediately cried out in blasphemy as he sighed in relief. He truly believed the worst was behind him and that he would soon be safe on the beach, far away from the German fleet.
"Oh, merciful Poseidon, thank you for sparing this wayward mariner."
A nearby crusader immediately looked at the Polish king with disdain, forcing the man to defend himself.
"What? It was a joke."
The crusader merely scoffed. He was about to reprimand Andrei when the sound of thunder crackled in the air. Both men nearly soiled themselves when they realized the German fleet had just destroyed the vessel nearest to them. The Polish king could only curse the sky for its lack of mercy. "Curse you, merciful Poseidon." While the Catholic fleet may have passed through the broadside guns on the right side of the German vessels, they had unknowingly sailed into the range of the other half of the German fleet's firepower. There, the German sailors ruthlessly opened fire on the Catholic forces, who continued to press on towards the Italian shore. King Andrzej Jagiellon could hardly believe his eyes as shells landed left and right, and with every barrage, at least one Catholic ship was shredded apart by the explosive blasts. The men aboard the surviving vessels turned pale with fright, for they simply did not have the means to stop the German attack. One by one, the remaining Catholic vessels were blasted apart until, finally, only a dozen ships remained. However, they had successfully moved beyond the range of the German guns, and thus they had made it to safety.
Andrei immediately fell to his knees as his ship hit the shore.
The Catholics were so fearful of German pursuit that they completely beached their vessels, unwilling to take the time to properly anchor them in the bay. Out of the hundreds of ships that the Crusaders had embarked upon to Italy, roughly a dozen survived.
Andrei was not the only one whose stomach was unsettled.
Many men dived onto the beach, where they vomited the contents of their stomachs onto the sandy shores. They could hardly believe they had survived the German attack.
If the German navy had such a monumental advantage, what would they face when they finally met the German army in the field? After all, the Germans were most renowned for their land warfare capabilities. If they had advanced so far ahead of the rest of the world with their navy, then the ability of the German army was simply unimaginable. The dread in his thoughts led Andrei to realize that there was no hope of victory. Because of this, he intended to take what little remained of his army and return to Poland, where he planned to be a good and obedient king toward his German neighbors. He could not help but voice the thoughts in his head. I surrender. You hear me, Berenger? Poland surrenders. The Polish knights and men-at-arms stiffened in their spots when they saw how defeated their king was. Hundreds of thousands of Polish men had embarked on the crusade to the Holy Land, under orders from their king. Why would they do such a thing? Because they were promised vengeance against Germany after the Byzantines were defeated. Now, perhaps 1,000 of those men stood upon this shore. As for the rest of his army, they were either buried in the desert, drowned in the Mediterranean, or scattered to the winds, with no hope of returning home. However, before King Andrei Jagiellon had any chance of returning home, his throat was slit from behind by a dagger. The icy gaze of the Duke of Burgundy penetrated the souls of the Polish soldiers as he stood fearlessly, surrounded by his knights, while spitting upon the corpse of the man he had just killed. Fucking traitor! Any man here who even thinks of surrendering, after everything we have lost, will suffer the same fate as this fool. I don't care about your rank or title. Today, we all stand together and march north to defeat the German army, or die trying. We cannot allow the Holy See to be sacked by these barbarians. The forces from the other realms quickly surrounded the Polish knights and men-at-arms. They had no chance of avenging their king and were ultimately compelled, under threat of death, to march against the German army. Itami knelt on a cushion within the interior of her largest warship. Her long, snow-white hair flowed elegantly behind her back. For this meeting, she had dressed in a blood-red silk sari. As a woman, she enjoyed dressing up for special occasions, particularly diplomatic visits, where she often donned the fashion of the culture she was negotiating with. On a normal day, the young empress would tie her hair back into a ponytail and dress in men's clothing. If she were being honest, she simply preferred the practicality of the clothing worn by the opposite sex. Because of this utilitarian taste, many of the men under her command considered her beauty to be lacking. It wasn't that Itami wasn't beautiful when she put no effort into her looks, it was simply that men found her cross-dressing and lack of cosmetics undesirable. After the introduction of modern makeup to the Japanese Empire, the women of Japan had reached a new level of attractiveness. Thus, when compared to other well-groomed women in Japan who always wore makeup and kimonos, she was often seen as a second-rate beauty. However, on the rare occasions when Itami put effort into her appearance, she transformed into the most gorgeous woman in the room. That beauty was once again on full display as she patiently waited for her ship to reach the shores of the Bengal Empire. After all, Itami had found that having a pretty face often led to favorable outcomes in her negotiations. In her experience, men were foolish creatures who, at the first sight of a pretty face and a nice pair of breasts, would make any sacrifice just for a chance to sleep with the woman they belonged to. Luckily for Itami, she was blessed with both assets, making negotiations with foreign rulers an easy endeavor. Though Itami would never go so far as to seduce a man to accomplish her goals, she knew that simply by looking pretty and acting friendly, most men would instantly become putty in her hands. After all, what guy didn't like being treated well by a foreign beauty? Well, any man except for one. While she was thinking about how she would manipulate the Bengal emperor into becoming her puppet, she recalled all the times she tried to get Julian to notice her in her past life. She honestly never knew if the man was gay, dense, or simply a lolicon. Scratch that, she knew Julian wasn't gay because she had seen his browsing history while he wasn't paying attention, and whatever pornography he watched in his spare time always included a woman. When a man lives alone, he doesn't concern himself with using incognito mode or clearing his browser history. That was a lesson she learned from Julian. While Itami was lost in thought, her ship pulled into the docks of the Bengal Empire's largest port city.
In this world, Islam had never spread to India or Eastern Asia, so Hinduism and Buddhism were the two most practiced religions on the Indian subcontinent. When Itami stepped off her vessel and into the city, a man dressed in lavish silk greeted her. He was young, roughly Itami's age, perhaps a year or two older, and exceptionally handsome by local standards. He had relatively light skin, dark eyes, and jet black hair that flowed down to his shoulders like a river of ink. This man was the Bengal emperor, who had recently ascended to the throne after his father died of a heart attack. He took one look at the Japanese empress and immediately fell head over heels in love with her. He quickly approached her and opened his arms in a shameless attempt to get a hug. "Empress Itami, it is my greatest pleasure to welcome you to my empire. The rumors about your beauty were true. I must say I have never seen such a fine woman in my life until now." Itami's interpreter translated the man's words, causing the young empress to force a smile on her cherry lips as she accepted the compliment. However, she refused the man's hug, speaking to him as if he were her peer. "Emperor Asha Sarkar, I must thank you in advance for your hospitality. As promised, I have brought the goods. Shall we conduct business over lunch? After all, I am eager to taste some of the local cuisine." The man did not let the fact that Itami kept him at a distance ruin his mood. The fact that she was willing to dine with him so soon after their first meeting was a good sign in his eyes. In reality, Itami was simply tired of sea rations and wanted to eat something fresh. It helped that she enjoyed Indian food in her past life, though she wasn't sure how many of those distinctive dishes existed in this period. The two of them walked forward with their guards, while Itami's marines secured the items on board the ship. She would not hand over the goods for inspection until they could agree on the terms of their sale. If Itami was being honest with herself, she was less concerned about making a profit and more interested in turning the Bengal army into her proxy against the German Empire in the west. Asha led Itami into the palace, where his servants quickly prepared the meal. Instead of a local delicacy, as Itami had expected, she saw a bowl filled with canned soup imported from the German Empire. Her disappointment was palpable as she expressed her discontent with the dish. "This is what you choose to serve to your guests?" Asha had already eaten a spoonful of the canned soup with a satisfied smile on his face. When Itami called him out on his actions, he was stunned. In the lands outside the Reich, canned food was considered a delicacy that only the nobility could obtain. In fact, even in India, the prestige of German goods had become a status symbol. He could not believe his guest was unhappy with such an expensive meal. Naturally, Itami was from the 21st century, or at least a reincarnation of such an individual, and to her, the idea of eating canned food during a diplomatic visit was not only laughable but outright offensive. In her eyes, canned food was something you ate when you were too lazy to prepare a proper meal, had no cooking skills, or were so poor it was the only thing you could afford. It was definitely not something the wealthy elite dined upon. Asha gazed at Itami's stupefied expression and quickly asked if it was not to her liking. He realized the woman may not have had contact with Germany, given her empire's distance, and believed that the concept of canned food was alien to her. "This soup is made in a foreign land to the far west. It is of superb quality and easy to make. Here in the Bengal Empire, we can only get our hands on a limited supply of it, so naturally, it has become a popular item among the nobility." "Is it not to your liking?" It took Itami a moment to process the idea that this foreign reincarnator had so much influence on this world that foreign countries treated his canned food, which he undoubtedly used to feed the poor in his country and as rations for his army, as a supreme delicacy. She couldn't help but press her forehead into her palm, sigh, and curse Berenger's name in her native tongue. Naturally, the Bengal emperor couldn't understand her, so Itami used the translator to change her words from a curse to a question. "I don't mean to offend, but could you please serve me some fresh food? This just seems unappealing to me for some reason." Realizing he must have offended the foreign beauty, the Bengal emperor quickly yelled at his servants to prepare her a local delicacy. Upon smelling the food being cooked, Itami smiled and immediately asked the man about what he knew regarding the German Empire and its Kaiser. "Has anyone told you about Berenger von Kufstein? I've heard rumors, but my knowledge is limited. Since you are clearly trading with him, you must be able to enlighten me on his personality." After Berenger announced to the world that the exiled Anangpur Empire and his sister were under his protection, the various powers of the Indian subcontinent began to search for information about the Kaiser and his capabilities. With the opening of the Kaiser's Pass, trade flourished between Germany and India, and the Indian states learned a great deal about life in the Reich. They were shocked by the rumors they heard about the fatherland. Thus, Asha was quick to share what he had learned. The Bengal emperor's next words would unintentionally have a major impact on the world's future, driven simply by his desire to win Itami's favor. The Bengal emperor cleared his throat before answering Itami's question. While he spoke, he deliberately left out the good things he had heard about Berenger. Why would he do this? Because he could tell that Itami was very interested in the Kaiser. If she heard the better aspects of his character, she might become infatuated with him. After all, Asha had heard the rumors that Itami was after a man capable of defeating her in battle, and if anyone in the world could achieve that, it was surely Berenger. The last thing he needed in his attempts to woo her was for her to fall for another man. Thus, with a grim expression, he prefaced his long-winded rant about the Kaiser with a disclaimer, just in case anything he said turned out to be false later. While it is true that I have begun to open trade with the Reich, especially after they blacklisted the Anangpur Empire as a major trading partner, it simply hasn't been long since the Germans opened the Kaiser's Pass. So what I know is mostly hearsay. Before he could continue, Itami quickly interrupted, questioning what he meant. Wait a second, what is this Kaiser's Pass? Asha looked at Itami with a bit of shock in his eyes. The opening of the Kaiser's Pass was an enormous deal for India, and he expected the fabled war goddess of Japan to already know about it. He quickly explained in great detail what the Canal was before continuing his attempts to shape Itami's perspective of Berenger. The Kaiser's Pass is the name for a giant canal recently built in the land known as Egypt. It allows for trade between the east and west via the sea. Because of this, German shipping has recently made its way to the Indian subcontinent, and vice versa. However, it was only recently completed, and because of that, my knowledge of this Western Empire is limited. Itami was stunned when she heard this. How did Berenger manage to build the Suez Canal in 1426 AD? There was no mistaking it. If Germany was capable of such a feat, they likely surpassed her country's technology by several decades. This only made her more interested in the man responsible for the construction of the Kaiser's Pass. Thus, she quickly inquired, I understand. So what were you saying about the Kaiser before I interrupted you? Asha took a sip of his tea before regaining his previous train of thought. He then proceeded to inform the Japanese beauty about all the negative things he had heard about Berenger. What I can tell you about the Kaiser is that the neighbors of the German Empire consider him a bloodthirsty tyrant, a warmonger, and a heretic who rose to power through a series of bloody campaigns and political assassinations, causing endless suffering and death. They are quick to speak of his disregard for human life and his willingness to butcher entire cities to achieve victory in warfare. He has reportedly mastered the use of terror as a weapon, using it to force those who rebel against his reign into submission. I have heard that the Kaiser treats his allies as slaves, even going so far as to place one of his sons on the throne of an allied kingdom, effectively turning it into a puppet state. There are other rumors about the Kaiser that I have heard but cannot verify. Supposedly, he has legalized polygamy in his country and has taken 4 wives, who attend to his every need. Rumor has it he has over a dozen children with them. He has also allegedly forced his younger sister to be his concubine and compelled her to carry his child. She is apparently just as beautiful as his wives. Itami couldn't help but drop her jaw when she heard all of this. Her immediate view of Berenger had shifted from a potential threat to a global menace. His blatant disregard for human life was definitely not in line with 21st century moral values. Was he from a more distant future where human rights meant nothing? Or perhaps from an earlier point in history with similar values, like the Second World War? That would explain his lack of concern for collateral damage in the pursuit of victory. Whoever this man was, he was clearly a bloodthirsty psychopath who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. However, what bothered Itami the most about this shadowy rival was the part about him having 4 beautiful wives and a concubine. How could this bastard have 5 gorgeous women by his side when she couldn't even find a capable man to marry? 5 women? Seriously?
It was just too cruel. There was also the part about Berenger forcing his sister to be his concubine. That was simply disgusting. Though incest may be a common trope in things like anime and light novels, the idea that this man would actually go through with it in this world, likely fully aware of the genetic problems inbreeding causes, was truly despicable. She had never felt as much contempt for a man as she did right now. The only way Itami could rationalize how such a bastard could get away with such madness was the possibility that he must be extremely handsome. After all, in her past life, she had seen many women sacrifice their dignity for the sake of being with a handsome and successful man. Asha could tell that the news about Berenger troubled Itami, and that his personality disgusted her. It was a good thing he had not mentioned how the German people viewed their Kaiser. From the limited contact his people had with the Germans, all evidence pointed to them practically worshipping him. Not only as the father of their nation, but as the man responsible for their way of life. By the standards of the German people, he was practically a living god. The Bengal emperor decided it was a good time to make his move and quickly reached out to comfort the beautiful Japanese empress, who was sitting across from him. Do not fret. The Germans are on the other side of the world. It is not like they will come to Asia to look for trouble. Itami barely noticed that the man had grabbed her hand or even heard what he said. She was deeply distressed by everything she had heard about Berenger's character. If what Asha said was true, she knew with certainty that the Reich would eventually send their forces into the eastern part of the world for one reason or another. When the Kaiser found out there was another reincarnator, he would stop at nothing until that threat was neutralized. Because of this, Itami was more determined than ever to make trouble for Berenger in India. If she could buy enough time, she might be able to catch up to him in terms of military technology. Then she could defeat him, or so she believed. After coming back to reality, Itami saw that the man sitting across from her was shamelessly holding her hand with a suave grin on his face. She immediately reacted in disgust, withdrew her dainty hand from his grip, and condemned him for his actions. I don't remember giving you permission to touch me. We are not so close that you can do such a thing. Because you have given me such valuable information free of charge, I will forget this little mishap of yours ever happened. But try to touch me again, and I will have your hands removed. Asha's brow twitched when he heard this. What was wrong with this woman? She was in the middle of his palace and dared to threaten him? He had heard rumors that Itami had a seriously cold personality toward the opposite sex, but he never realized the woman was this rude. Despite her harsh reaction, he could only lower his head and apologize. To win this woman's heart, he would need to play the long game. After all, the price for his patience would definitely be worth the effort. I apologize if I offended you, Your Highness. I only sought to comfort you since you appeared so distressed. I swear on all the gods of my ancestors that I will not touch you without your permission ever again. Itami merely glared at the man. She knew his type, she had met plenty of men like him in both her lives. He only cared about one thing, getting into her pants. Like hell she would ever allow that to happen. Thankfully, at that moment, the servants arrived with the food they had prepared for their esteemed guest. Itami said a quick prayer to the gods of her homeland before taking a bite. As for what came next, she would have to negotiate with this perverted emperor about the sale of weapons and munitions to his army, while still avoiding his attempts to sleep with her. Berenger stood at the border of the Kingdom of Lombardy and the Kingdom of Naples. He stared through his monocular across the defenses that Lombardy had established, gazing upon the army of Naples, which sat frigidly in their fortifications, too afraid of the German army that had amassed beyond their borders to show their faces. While the Kingdom of Naples stood alone in its war against the German army after losing their reinforcements in the Mediterranean, a union of 4 armies had formed on the opposite side of the border with a single purpose in mind: to bring an end to the tyranny of the papacy. 2 divisions of Byzantine soldiers, under the command of Palladius' protégé, stood by Berenger's side. Alongside the Byzantines was the army of Al-Andalus, which Adelbrand had dispatched from the Iberian Peninsula to the Lombardic border to do its part in the war against the papacy. Finally, the Kingdom of Lombardy had a division of its own army standing alongside German troops, preparing to end this conflict once and for all. This war had progressed rapidly in Berenger's favor, which was to be expected, considering the overwhelming superiority of the German army.
While the Kaiser was marching to the Lombardic border, he had heard reports over the telegraph of the victory his forces had achieved in the east. In the desert wastelands of Egypt, the Reichsguard had utterly annihilated the English army and the Order of the Red Dragon. However, that was not the only significant victory the Germans had achieved on the Eastern Front. On the border of the Kingdom of Hungary, the Hungarian king had foolishly marched his forces against the German borders. In under an hour, half of his army was wiped out by the German border guard, forcing him to retreat back into his realm, awaiting reinforcements from the Holy Land. In the Lowlands, the local population greeted the soldiers of the Reich with open arms, while the Germans made an example of the rebellious nobility. After their first loss in the campaign, the execution of a messenger, the general in charge of the theater decided to show no mercy to the Burgundian nobility and ordered the execution of all major noble houses. However, the good news did not end there. The Fifth Fleet, usually stationed in Malta, intercepted the Crusader armada and sent 100,000 men to the depths of the Mediterranean.
As a result, the reinforcements intended to protect Rome were annihilated before Germany and its allies could even march on the city.
With the Catholic ships sunk to the bottom of the Mediterranean, the Crusaders still in the Holy Land had no means to return home. This forced the newly established Kingdom of Jerusalem to provide for hundreds of thousands of refugees, a burden it simply could not bear. By the end of the conflict, the Crusaders stranded in the Holy Land would either disband and become a problem for neighboring kingdoms as brigands, or they would starve to death. A select few of their most elite warriors might be chosen to stay and operate as members of Jerusalem's army. The Catholic world had emptied their fields to provide the vast number of soldiers for these foolish crusades. Now, a large percentage of them lay dead, with the rest either stranded or acting as defenders of the remaining land for Germany to conquer. Just as quickly as the war had started, it was coming to an end. Undoubtedly, the loss of the Catholic world's peasant class in this conflict would seriously affect their ability to produce food for their population. In the aftermath of this war, the Catholic kings would be wholly dependent on trade with Germany to survive. Their economies would be in shambles, and it would take them decades, if not centuries, to recover their ability to stand on their own. Berenger had been preparing for this war for years, and he almost felt ashamed that it was going to be over so soon. However, there was nothing he could do to change that. Unless he decided to take an entirely defensive position and wait for the enemy to march on his borders. However, such an action would be foolish, and after everything the enemy had witnessed on the Eastern Front, he doubted they would continue their attempts to invade the fatherland. There was only so much the Crusaders could do while armed with matchlock rifles and muzzle-loading cannons. Germany had the power of long-range artillery and machine guns at its disposal. With these weapons, a few thousand men could defend a section of the border against an army 10 times its size. Berenger's plan now was to take Rome, after which he would march his armies across southern Italy and unite it with its northern half. After seizing all of Italy and bestowing it upon his puppet, Bruno, the Kaiser would march his armies into Poland and Hungary, where he would execute their monarchs and put puppets on their thrones. Luckily for Berenger, the Duke of Burgundy had already removed the Polish king. All he needed to do was march into Warsaw and take Natalia's brother as a ward, where he would teach the boy to be the perfect puppet for the von Kufstein dynasty. As for Hungary, Berenger had already formulated a plan long ago. Though Linden nearly ruined his schemes, he was certain that he could execute the Hungarian king and place Noemi's elder brother on the throne. The young man had proven himself to be a friend of the Reich and would be easy to convince to act as a puppet for the Kaiser. The Reich would annex the German-speaking lands of the Duchy of Burgundy, such as the Lowlands, while the rest of the realm would remain independent, becoming a valuable tool in the Balkanization of France. Through gunboat diplomacy, Berenger intended to compel a successor of his choice to replace the King of England. Though he did not want to invade the British Isles himself, the threat of his naval guns obliterating London would be more than enough to force the English to bend to his will. Thus, after reflecting on all of this, Berenger sighed as he stood next to the King of Lombardy. Both men were prepared to march into Rome and end the conflict. After a few moments of silence, Berenger spoke his thoughts, putting away his monocular. "Bruno, my old friend, it is time for us to end this conflict with the Catholic Church once and for all." The King of Lombardy nodded in agreement with Berenger's words. The Kingdom of Lombardy had been a tributary state to the Germans since Berenger first gained independence for Austria. As Germany rose to greater heights, so too did its client states. If the King of Lombardy were being honest, the Kaiser's plans for a Pax Germanica would see Europe advance far beyond the rest of the world, and he was looking forward to it. Thus, it was not surprising when he voiced his agreement with Berenger's plans.
Agreed.
For too long, I have had to live in fear of the Catholic forces invading beyond my southern border. Today, we not only put an end to the conflict between your empire and the Catholic Church, but we also unite Italy under a single banner, forever destroying the hold the papacy has over Europe. Berenger smiled as he heard this, then patted the man on the shoulder. After giving his orders to the soldiers under his command, he commanded, "Open fire on the enemy's border defenses. I want these bastards buried alive in their stone keeps." The march to Rome had begun. The German artillery quickly loaded their weapons and fired on the stone forts that the southern Italians had constructed. Explosions rocked the forts, and their foundations began to crumble. Despite their size, it would take more than a few shells to bring them down. The Italian defenders panicked as the German artillery shook the structures they hid within. They did not even know how far away the German army and their allies were. It did not matter, as there was no hope for their survival. The best they could do was run out of their keeps and wave the white flag, hoping their enemies would be merciful. Those stubborn individuals who refused to kneel before the heretics of the north remained in their keeps, and after a few barrages, they were buried when the walls crumbled. The overwhelming power of the German artillery crushed the strong stone fortresses that the Kingdom of Naples had spent years building along their border in a matter of minutes. With the border defenses destroyed, the artillery quickly ejected their spent shells and hitched their field guns to the horses that dragged them forward into the borders of the Kingdom of Naples. Rome was not far from the border, and soon the union of four armies would be at the heart of the Catholic Church.
The meal between Itami and Asha continued. However, there was a brief interruption when Itami took a quick restroom break.
After taking care of business, she used the opportunity to meet with one of her guards and gave him orders to investigate the claims the Bengal emperor had made about Berenger von Kufstein. Though she was frightened by the news, she would not fully believe it until her own intelligence network could confirm the information. While the Bengal emperor had spoken ill of Berenger and exaggerated the man's more sinister traits, most of what he said had some truth to it, especially from the perspective of Germany's neighbors. Of course, Itami did not know that by dispatching her men to gather information from the locals about their trade with the strange empire to the west, she would catch the eye of Linda's agents embedded in the region. In the marketplace of the port city, a German merchant operating a stall was selling his wares to the locals. He immediately noticed the unusual appearance of the Japanese soldiers, who wore semi-modern uniforms and carried what appeared to be bolt-action rifles. These men were asking the locals for information about the German Empire, which caught his attention. Whoever these foreigners were, they were clearly interested in the Reich for one reason or another. Feeling it was his duty to warn the fatherland, the merchant quickly typed away on the telegraph key hidden beneath his table. Within the stall, a hidden telegraph allowed him to send a message to a nearby Dominion-class merchant ship anchored in the Bay of Bengal, which was, in reality, a German reconnaissance ship. From there, the more powerful telegraph on board the vessel would relay the message back to the fatherland. It took only a few moments for messages from agents in the field to reach the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence located in Kufstein. After the agent's report of strange men from the Far East, wielding modern weapons and disembarking from steam-powered vessels, was relayed back to headquarters, it quickly ended up in the hands of the deputy director, who was currently smoking a cigarette in her office. When her aide rushed into the room and handed her the information, she stared at it blankly, dropping the cigarette from her fingers. This information was like a bombshell, and she did not instantly believe it. Once Hema regained her composure, she stared sternly at the aide before questioning the legitimacy of the message.
Is this some sort of joke? Is one of our agents playing a prank on me? What the hell is this nonsense?
The aide could tell the woman was frustrated and quickly shook her head, asserting that what had been relayed was reality. It's a priority message from Rudolph. He is one of our agents in the Bengal Empire, conducting reconnaissance as we speak. I went through all the procedures to confirm the information, and the other agents in the region corroborate Rudolph's message.
There is a powerful nation from the Far East trading with the Bengal Empire and looking for information regarding the Reich.
Upon hearing this, Hema picked up her cigarette from the table it had fallen on and took a long drag. There was utter silence for a few moments before she finished the entire stick in one go. After putting the cigarette out in her ashtray, the deputy director stood up from her seat and said one sentence before walking out the door. "Clear my schedule for the day." It would take an idiot to fail to realize where Hema was going. There was only one person to report this information to, especially since Berenger was currently in the field. Because of this, the aide swallowed her words and quickly did as instructed. Hema walked to the palace, where Linda was currently looking after her many children. The woman no longer worked in intelligence as often as she used to and spent most of her time with her family. She was playing with her youngest son, Joseph, who was still an infant, when Hema walked through the door unannounced. By the look on the young woman's face, Linda could tell something serious had happened. She quickly picked up her youngest son and spoke to him before placing him in the crib. "Sorry, Joseph, but Mommy has to work. I'll be back soon to feed you. Be a good boy and wait patiently for my return." The child was too young to speak, and merely smiled, making an unintelligible sound. Linda kissed him on the forehead before laying him down in the crib. The moment she turned around to face Hema, her warm demeanor faded, and was replaced with an icy one. Hema wanted to speak, but the red-headed beauty raised her finger to silence her before walking out the door. Linda did not want her youngest child influenced by matters of state, so she quickly walked to Berenger's office and sat down in his chair. She did not say a word until Hema had closed the door behind them. When Linda finally spoke, she was in a foul mood. "This better be important." Hema could tell Linda was furious, and merely bowed her head before handing over the message she had received from her agents in the Bengal Empire. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, ma'am, but this is urgent." Linda looked over the message and was immediately stunned into silence. She knew better than anyone what this message meant. After all, she was familiar with Berenger's background and how he came up with all the designs he had implemented across the Reich. For a steam-powered vessel to appear on the other side of the world, along with soldiers armed with weapons similar to the Reich's capabilities, meant only one thing: there was another reincarnator in this world. This would explain why they were looking for information on the Reich. The power behind the throne of this foreign nation must have heard rumors about Berenger and the power of his empire. It took the woman a few moments to react to this news, but in the end, she swiftly came up with a plan of action to respond to this event. "This is troublesome. As of this moment, the Indian subcontinent has become an area of priority. I want you to immediately dispatch more agents to the region, and our men and women already there should gather information about the strange power that built this ship while conducting counterintelligence operations against this foreign power's agents. Under no circumstances can these foreigners learn about the current capabilities of the Reich. While you're at it, I want you to find out why they are in the Bengal Empire. If they seek to expand their influence into the region, it will become an enormous problem for us." Hema silently nodded. She had no further suggestions, so she knew it was better to remain silent. Linda could only sigh heavily in defeat. She had desired to use the Pax Germania that Berenger established after the war with the Catholic world to force the man to take more time off so that he could spend it with his family. However, at this moment, Linda realized that the Reich was just about to enter a massive arms race with the foreign power behind this steam-powered vessel. For that, Berenger would need to spend as much time as possible advancing the capabilities of the Reich and its global empire. After a few moments of pouting, she realized Hema was still there, waiting to be dismissed. She glared at the woman before yelling, "What are you waiting for?" "Dismissed." Hema felt a shiver run down her spine before she scampered off back to the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence. Luckily, they had just entered a new era of trade with the Indian subcontinent. Because of this, it would not be suspicious if the flow of Germans into the region increased suddenly. Thus, Germany could embed many more agents into the area without raising eyebrows. As for Linda, she would wait until after the war with the Catholic world was over before informing Berenger of what she had just learned. She needed him to be fully committed to annihilating the papacy and installing puppets on the thrones of the European kingdoms. If he knew about this foreign reincarnator who threatened his power, he might become paranoid and do something reckless to end the war more quickly. All of this occurred while Itami was eating lunch with the Bengal emperor, unaware of what was transpiring. Had she known her brief visit to the Bengal Empire would expose her identity and location to Berenger, she would never have made the journey.
Itami sat across from the Bengal emperor.
The two monarchs were in the middle of a heated negotiation regarding the trade of arms.
The Japanese empress's goal was to turn the Bengal Empire into her puppet.
After all, if she could convince them to buy her weapons, they would be entirely reliant on Japan for the resupply of both arms and munitions. Asha was unaware of Itami's intentions and was more concerned with finding a way to make the woman his own.
He listened to her tale, and in truth, planned to buy her weapons from the moment he first laid eyes on her. After all, he had plenty of wealth, and if it meant earning the Eastern beauty's favor, he wouldn't mind tossing her a few £1,000s of gold and silver.
Itami spoke with a confident smirk on her pretty face as she outlined her proposal to the man in great detail. She used her attractive appearance to ensnare his attention, voicing every word in an overly friendly tone.
I promise you, Asha, that with my weapons, your armies will be unstoppable in battle.
Your armies can march across the territory of your rivals with impunity. Nobody in the Indian subcontinent will be able to halt your advance. It might take some time, but within a few years, you will be the first man to rule over a united India. I'm talking about firearms that are not only capable of multiple shots before reloading but also have a superior range over the primitive matchlocks you are currently using. Accompanying these infantry weapons will be artillery that is not only quicker to reload than your muzzle-loading cannons but also has improved range and superior destructive power. If you promise to buy enough of these cannons, I will even throw in a few machine guns at a reduced price. I warn you, these weapons are extremely expensive, but they will allow a small crew of men to have the same amount of firepower as a battalion.
You will cut through your enemy's ranks before they even have the ability to engage you.
It doesn't matter if it's a man or an elephant, these guns will be enough to defeat all of your foes. Naturally, when Itami used the term machine guns, she was referring to hand-cranked Gatling guns, like those Germany had employed for several years.
She spoke a big game, and Asha had to admit that, but he was internally skeptical of her claims and her reasoning for even bothering to trade such powerful weapons to him.
Thus, the Bengal emperor smiled when he heard these words and quickly interrogated Itami about her intentions.
Tell me, Empress Itami, why are you willing to supply me with such weapons?
We have no prior relationship, and we do not have the ability to aid you in battle.
After all, we are so far away from where your empire lies. What possible reason do you have to support us?
Itami obviously couldn't admit that she wanted to use the Bengals as proxies against the Germans to buy herself some much-needed time to catch up to them. Instead, she simply smiled, took a sip from her wine, and responded to the man's question with a lie.
If I am being honest with you, I need the gold, and selling arms to a foreign power is the quickest way to achieve this. Your empire is so far away from mine that even if I sold you these weapons, you wouldn't pose a threat to my ambitions.
Besides, having a united India that is friendly to the Empire of the Rising Sun would naturally benefit me in many ways.
Asha nodded and took a sip from his drink.
When he heard this, he felt as if he understood the woman's personality a bit better. However, if he was going to invest money in this woman's weapons, he needed to see their effectiveness firsthand. Itami might be one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, but every rose has its thorns, and she could easily be swindling him. Thus, he agreed to her terms, but with a condition.
Very well, I accept your offer, under the condition that I can personally witness a display of these weapons' effectiveness.
I wouldn't want to pay such a staggering sum only to find out you have been exaggerating how great your wares are.
Itami nodded in agreement before placing her chalice down on the table.
She had finished her meal and was prepared to conclude the transaction. After all, the sooner she sold these weapons to the Bengal Empire and secured them as a proxy, the sooner she could return home and begin her plans to conquer Korea.
Very well, follow me to the docks, and I will show you just how effective these weapons are. With that said, the two monarchs and their translator walked down to the docks where the Japanese soldiers were standing watch.
Itami quickly gave an order to her marines before sitting back and waiting for them to set up the weapons.
Quickly, prepare the goods so that they fire at the ocean. I want to show the buyer just how effective our weapons are.
While the Japanese soldiers opened the crates and pulled out the guns to do as instructed, a crowd gathered around them, curious about what was about to happen. In this crowd was the German agent known as Rudolph, who watched in shock as the weapons were revealed. He immediately recognized the Gatling gun, a design employed by the German army, and had a sudden urge to report this news to the fatherland. However, in the next moment, the Marines opened fire with their lever-action rifles, firing all their shots straight into the sea. After doing so, they pulled out their revolvers and used them as well. Having fired the revolvers, they loaded the Gatling gun, whose effectiveness stunned everyone in the crowd, except for Rudolph. Once the Gatling gun was depleted, the Marines moved on to the Armstrong gun, loaded an explosive shell into its breech, and fired it into the sea. The explosion erupted on the water's surface, immediately catching the interest of the Bengal emperor. The truth was, Asha was stunned by the destructive nature of the weapons Itami was willing to sell him. He could downsize his army to a few thousand men and still conquer his nearest neighbors. However, if he began conscription, he could arm these weapons among tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and easily conquer the entire Indian subcontinent. A flash of ambition filled the man's dark eyes as he witnessed the weapons being unloaded by the Japanese Marines. He could not help but ask the question on his mind. Will you supply my army with these weapons and the munitions to use them? Itami had a devilish smirk on her pretty face as she nodded in agreement. As much as your army needs, so long as you are willing to pay the agreed price, these weapons can be yours. Upon hearing this, Asha's lips curved into a wicked smile as he envisioned the prospect of a unified India under his control. He could see the prosperity that such an empire would bring and immediately nodded his head 3 times before agreeing to Itami's terms. Very well, I agree to whatever price you demand. Simply ask, and I will pay with gold. Once my army is fully equipped with these weapons, I will march them into the lands of my southern neighbor and begin my conquest. After I have united the entire subcontinent, I will repay your support by making you a war goddess to be worshipped by my people until the end of time. Itami forced a smile as she heard this. She had no ambitions to be worshipped as a genuine deity. The nickname her soldiers gave her was not one of genuine religion, but of admiration for her accomplishments. Still, she accepted the man's offer and continued to speak with the Bengal emperor about the proper price for the arms she would sell him. Meanwhile, Rudolph had returned to his stall. He had heard every word spoken by Itami and Asha and did not hesitate to dispatch another telegram to the fatherland, informing them of the weapons sale between Japan and the Bengal Empire, as well as the plans for conquest the Bengal emperor had expressed. Ultimately, this news would force Berenger to act on his ambitions in India far sooner than he had initially planned, dragging him into a war shortly after defeating the Catholic Church. The armies of Germany would invade the lnventing Empire to unseat the regent and place Daria on its throne. Berenger simply could not allow the Bengal Empire to unite the Indian subcontinent. This was good news for Itami, who would use the distraction in India to launch her invasion into the Korean peninsula, as well as her other targets. This would secure the natural resources she desperately needed to produce superior ships capable of contending with the Reich on the seas.